ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we think the same? Ooh, don't cry.
Get it, boys.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We're about to kick off the 4900 UTV race. We have the stock, the open, and the pro mods. There's 3 races going on at the same time, but scored separately. So make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com and also go to Racing Tracks. That is Racing Tracks with an X on the end, and you can follow the live tracker. They will take off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It's a 37-mile loop. The UTVs will be doing 3 loops. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Here's the Project X starting grid, and that first spot is Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, Dustin Robbins, Mike Park.
Tyler Emery, Brandon Kilgore, Robert Parker, who's Kyle Cheney, Tyler Gibbs, and Max Gordon.
And that 11th spot is Glenn Young, then Brent Lambeth, Corey Willis,
Roper Merrifield, and Joe Gould.
That is the 4900 Pro Modified class. Up next is the 4900 Open class. Robbie Gordon, Josh Smith, Jake Versey,
Cade Rod, and Jason Sushi.
and this is the Project X starting grid. Up next will be the stock class, and that first spot is Nathan Parker, Mark McCleary, Rich Burst, Chris May, Matthew Walraven.
Byron Starrett, Brian Hamby, Eric Yates, Nathan Saylor, and AJ Hoover.
And that 11th spot, Cody Willenberg, David Payne, Justin Barth, Alexander Walraven, and David Johnson. Oh, it sounds like we are about to kick off the race. And starting up front, whoa, it's supposed to be Paul Wolf, but where is Paul Wolf? Wow, Paul Wolf has not shown up, so it is Cade Rod. We are live racing on this 37-mile course. So Cole Clark off the line. Out of Cortez, Colorado is ZRP Army in the Pro Modified class. What has happened to Paul Wolf? This is something we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it is indeed. He obviously hasn't turned up for his start time. He's missed his start time, and that means good night, Vienna. You are going to be towards the back of the pack.
Because I believe his time started when he was out the front. So Paul Wolf's time has already started. Up next is Travis Zollinger, number 20, out of Logan, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products in another Pro Modified car in that single-seat Can-Am. And look at him. He bailed off that. I don't know if he was meant to do that or not, but he hit that side pretty hard.
So that's 2 single-seat cars on the front 2 going out into the desert. Next up, it will be Dustin Robbins from All Things UTV. Oh, no. Who's that? That's Paul Wolf.
There's Paul Wolf. So he was late to the game. But again, I think his time has already started, so he's already a minute and a half back. So the 1018 of Paul Wolf is out there, the Mid-America ambassador out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in the Pro Modified class, running his single-seater. So technically, Zollinger and Clark have already passed Paul Wolf, so that's a tough break. Not sure what's going on, but hey, this is racing as he bypasses the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, we're going to have to get confirmation of that, Miles, as whether he's going to be penalised for that or not. So let's hold fire on that before we make any big calls. But you are right. In theory, his clock should have started before Cole Clark's.
So there goes the 311 of Dustin Robbins with Seth Holmes riding shotgun out of Decatur, Alabama with All Things UTV, another Pro Modified car. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time, and they are wide open heading out for this 37-mile loop of some of the gnarliest terrain we could find here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
Yeah, heading out now, I think that is Mike Park.
With Jeremy Dixon riding shotgun out of Callahan, Florida, with Team 904 Racing in the Pro Modified class.
Yeah, great to see him there. And next up, it is a legend who really doesn't need any introduction, but we're going to give him one anyway.
The number 77 of Robbie Gordon out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Speed UTV and his brand new Bandit Speed UTV machine.
Now, is this a factory machine?
This is very close to factory, yes. It is incredible. He does have a co-driver. I'm not sure who that is, but it's going to be cool to see Robbie Gordon out racing with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, this is absolutely awesome. Now we can see the Starlink on the back there.
And he's off pace right there.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it? Unusual.
Maybe he's just getting his bearings. There he goes. You can see him throwing a little roost right there.
Yeah, no, he's back on it. No, it looks quick now.
You see a Speed UTV truck, chase truck in the background.
And next off the line, that looked like it should be Joshua Smith. Yeah,
with
that is
Corey
Josh Smith.
Nasso riding shotgun out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Smith Brothers Racing. He is in first place in the open class as of now. We'll see if he can keep that ZRP and KT performance machine in tune.
Yeah, Josh Smith has been working with Levi Shirley for the last few races. Great to see them combining the talents.
And sharing co-drivers.
Next off the line, it will be Nathan Parker.
Nathan the Phenom Parker with Alex Reed with CT Raceworks riding shotgun out of Dunn, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. And he is in first in the stock class. And there's our overall leader right now, Mr. Cole Clark. He's at roughly race mile number 2 right now, probably 2.5.
And the best bit, he has clear air. Now, if you said to Cole Clark, what's the best thing that could happen to me? He'd say, well, you know, I can start in front. Well, that's exactly what's happened for the man.
Up next to 717 of Mark McCleary and Jason Roper riding shotgun out of Reddick, Florida with Turned Up Racing. And his Can-Am.
And next we're going to be seeing coming out of the blocks will be Tyler Remery. Now, let's not forget, I believe it was Tyler that broke a differential in qualifying, and they've had to fix it. And that looks like Mr. ZRP himself.
Yep, at race mile 2.5. Not too far off Cole Clark's pace.
Yeah, but
so there's 1 and 2.
I think Cole Clark has opened that gap up a little.
So there goes the Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador, Tyler Rimreed, with John Fitzgerald riding shotgun out of Bennington, Nebraska with TR Racing, part of the Pro Modified class.
Let's not forget we are mixing classes here today, and we have 3 classes in the 4900. We have the Pro Mods, we have the Open, and we have the Stock UTVs. And there is Mr. Paul Wolf. He was on pole position today, qualified with a 1:53, but he was either late for the start or, in fact, we do not know what happened, but he certainly did not start in first position.
But we do know that Pam Hall is down in the Amsoil Hot Pit, so hopefully she can give us an update here shortly.
Yeah, that is Brandon Kilgore making his way out into the desert.
Brandon Kilgore out of Parker, Arizona with Kilgore Motorsports in his Can-Am with his Pro Modified class.
And next off the line will be Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney.
The Ghost. Out of Millersport, Ohio with Team Momentum Racing in the Pro Modified class, racing for a national champion.
Absolutely. Now, this was a very interesting story because Carl Cheney was our first qualifier this morning, and we were like, is this inspired genius or is this going to be a problem? Well, actually, it looks like it might have been a problem as we watched Dustin Robbins making his way around past the cameras.
So still making dust out there, and you can see, is it dusty? Yes, but you don't see much dust in front of him, so that 30-second gap really makes a big difference. But that means if you're faster, you're going to be in that dust quicker, and I think dust and lap traffic is absolutely going to play its toll. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, I think that was Tyler Gibbs there.
Yep, there's Tyler Gibbs and Mitchell Roccacelli, number 926, out of Castle Rock, Kentucky, with Gibbs Racing. And again, thank you for everybody tuning in from the Live From Desk, presented by Toyota, right there in Vendor Village, watching the Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu, enjoying Vendor Village, but watching Ultra4 USA. So thank you, everybody there in town, for tuning in. I'm sure Ralph and Ken will keep you company.
And this is Rich Birch making his way out 14th off the line in the 49-16.
With Scott Lesage riding shotgun out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Genesis Motorsports in that stock class. Remember, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Warren studio. And there is Mr. Robbie Gordon pushing hard in that Speed UTV.
Yeah,
great to see him and Max out here racing.
Well, here is Max right now. Coming off the start line. Now, when we saw Max leave the start earlier today, somebody hadn't tied down his spare tyre. He lost his tools, he lost his jack, he lost his spare. But it all looks like he's back in there now, and he's back on the race course.
So Max Gordon, fresh off his Nora 500 win, the number 777 out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with Speed UTV and his Bandit machine.
Now, he should know this desert like the back of his hand. It'll be interesting to see what he can do as Jake Versey leaves the line in that very distinctive white and green machine.
Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey with Josh Lovelace riding shotgun out of Idaho Falls, Idaho with JV43, part of the Open class. He's recently got a Can-Am, so for King of the Hammers, he'll have one of those brand new Can-Am Mavericks. We'll see how that all shakes out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm really excited about the future of UTV, seeing where all of this is going. It's incredible stuff. Can-Am coming out with a new Maverick. We've got Polaris with the Pro R, and of course we've got Speed UTV. And let's not forget Kawasaki, Honda as well.
And off the line right now, the number 77 of Glenn Young out of Austin, Florida, with 77 Motorsports in his Can-Am, part of the Pro Modified class. Talking about him earlier, he's been here for about a month. He's been the jet ski scene as well, which obviously there's a lot of water sports out here in Lake Havasu, as well as the F1 boats will be racing this weekend as well. And up next is the 725 of Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch and JT Strickland riding shotgun out of Townsville, South Carolina with Mays Motorsports in that Can-Am. You can have one substitute driver per season, and Chris May is using it right now as we see Tyler Rimreed, the MAO ambassador, cruise through race mile number 3.
Yeah, and next off the line now, it looks like that'll be Matthew Walraven. We saw him qualifying late today.
Number 118 with Rhett Bryan riding shotgun out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with JW Performance in the Pro Modified class.
The 118 there pushing his way through.
And it sounds like the Speed Sport production crew does have an onboard camera with that car right there. Look at that. Robert Parker driven by Kyle Cheney. Hopefully that onboard works later on.
Yeah, he'll be hitting that push to pass button already, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. These cars are all fitted with trackers. They have the ability to actually sound off a visual and an audible alarm in the car in front when they're catching them by pressing a button. It's called push to pass.
And off the line is Byron Starrett with Sarah Schumacher riding shotgun. The number 9004 out of Jacksonville, Florida with Team 904 Racing in that stock class. And there goes the number 817 of Brian Hamby out of Winchester, Tennessee with 817 Racing, part of the stock class. Remember, we do have 3 races all at the same time, racing intermixed but scored separately. So make sure you go to live.ultra4 Racing to get our live timing as well as racing tracks as well.
Yeah, it's a 37-mile course they'll be running today, and these 4,900 vehicles will be doing 3 laps. And we're looking there at the 860 leaving the line now. That is Eric Yates.
And you just said 3 laps, 37 miles apiece. That's 111 miles out here in the wide open desert with the tight canyons, a couple waterfalls, and a little bit in between. This is going to be an endurance desert race. You do not want to take your break. It's going to be wild.
It is indeed. Now, these vehicles won't have the issue, but certainly in some of the classes we might see that refueling will become a problem as we look at the 252 of Brent Lambeth leaving the line. We have 35 entries in the 4900 class today.
So the 252 of Brent Lambeth with Devon Peak riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Cruise Armor Racing.
Wonderful shots here from our drone. As the next car breaks off the line, this should be the 4578 of Corey Willis.
Out of Lake Charles, Louisiana with PPEI Racing in the Pro Modified class. Corey Willis is going to be pushing strong. There goes Jake Versey blowing by race mile number 3. I believe our next camera will be at the down waterfall at race mile number 9. And there's the 521 of Nathan Tater Seiler with Brent Moffitt riding shotgun out of Kyoto, Oklahoma with Tater Sack Racing in the stock class.
I am liking the numbers on that car. Nice and easy to read.
Absolutely. It makes our job a lot easier.
Exactly. Thank you, Nathan. You'll be getting a drink from us.
Not only don't we love it, so does production. So take note, everybody.
Absolutely. If you want to be on TV, big numbers.
Bright numbers. Up next is almost the pole setter for the 4400, but Cade Rod with Adam Pierce riding shotgun out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4, part of the open class. And he's using this as a race pace pre-run for his 4400 race. Great, great strategy.
Yeah, this is really cool thinking. Now, there's also two trains of thought here. I've seen this done before in some desert races.
Oh, look, he's pulling
look at this,
off
he's pulling
already.
off. Interesting.
We'll see how that shakes out. Looks like that's Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch, race mile number 3. And interesting about Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May. This is his first time ever out here in the desert, so he's going to be pushing strong.
And that is A.J. Hoover.
With his sister Leah Hoover riding shotgun out of Lakeside, Oregon with Rubber Band Racing. And that Kawasaki. Ooh, and look, we got some dust. That's Matthew Walraven.
Yeah, he's right up behind
on
another
Aaron
car.
Lynch. So Walraven on adjusted time is around Lynch.
Yeah, now this is where you've got to hope that push to pass, and we'll come back to that later once we get these cars on track.
There goes Cody Willenberg, the number 529, with Randy Dassenbrock riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois, with CW Motorsports, part of the stock class. So I didn't see Cade Rod there. Oh, lots of dust out there on screen. So that may be Byron. Yes, Byron Starrett. And there goes Roper Merrifield, the number 998 out of Sweetwater, Oklahoma, with Ryan Rockhold Racing. And don't forget to go to Racing Tracks with an X, racingtrackswithanx.com, to have the same live tracking we have here in the Warren Studio.
Well, I can tell you now that it does actually look like Paul Wolf is making moves out there. I'll be keeping an eye on that. It does look like Paul Wolf might have managed to get ahead of Travis Zollinger. But our current race leader is Cole Clark right now as they make their way towards race mile 8. And off the line now, it's the 49.55 of Joe Gould.
Joe Gould and Carter Peterson out of Tabernish, Colorado, with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, part of the open class. And that Pro R machine. See what kind of time he can throw down. Looks like that's Cade Rod, I believe. And that Adam Fitza Racing Polaris.
I believe this is the 961. Just waiting to get confirmation. Yes, that is the 961 there of David Payne.
Out of St. Louis, Missouri, with F&H Racing, part of the stock class in his Polaris.
And we're down into the last 4 vehicles leaving the line next. Should be Justin Barth.
35 UTVs out on this 37-mile course. Wow, what a show this is going to be, Jim.
Yeah, very interesting to watch the dust out here, Miles. It's not behaving as I was expecting to. I was expecting great big billowing clouds, but we're not quite seeing that. And here is the 417 of Justin Barth.
With Paul riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing, part of the stock class. Sounds like we do have one more car yet to go. And that, that's one of our course marshals. That's Travis Cook. I was like, we're getting a pass on the infield. So it's up next is Jason Sushi, the number 212, with his son Ryder riding shotgun out of Tremonton, Idaho, with Zollinger Racing Products, part of the open class. The official race start was 12:57:01. So anybody that's keeping tabs back at home, this is a 3-lap race. It's not quite as important as it was during the regular season because it was an hour and a half or whatever plus lap. This is just a straight 3-lap race, and we were guessing the fast guys and gals to be right around that hour mark. That was my guess and JT's. But then we were talking, here is race mile number 9. This is the hard water fall obstacle. Here is the Brannock Falls, and we're going to see what kind of work our physical race leader, Cole Clark, can do. That's a huge rock on his driver's front tire. He bypasses just absolutely perfect. So Abe Gonzalez down there ready to recover. So Cole Clark out front with the clean air, and did you see how easy he made that work? They were really, really worried about that during pre-running, and Cole Clark just walked the dog.
Cole Clark is absolutely quality there. Made it look so easy. But we were saying this before. When people are pre-running, they never go at the same pace. They race at race pace. And as soon as you step it up, you put some red and white tape there, tell them there's a trophy at the end of it, the whole thing changes.
And a national championship on the line as well. So we have 33 cars out on course for a 37-mile lap, a 37-mile lap, 3 laps, 111 miles. It's going to be a great showing out there for sure. Thanks again for everybody tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu as number 20 Travis Zollinger makes quick work through. Did he have a right rear tire? I don't know. It could have had a tire issue. Not sure is a complete guess. There's Nathan Seiler. Somebody else chasing some dust. Oh, that's Cade Rod right behind Seiler, so he's probably using that push to pass. Oh, there is Paul Wolf, physical third, and I'm still waiting for confirmation from Race Ops whether his time started before Cade or not. I assume that's what it is, but again, that's just my best guess.
Yeah, if you're watching at home, you can go to racingtracks.com. You can find the map there. You can see all of the trackers coming up and see the positions of all your favorite stars racing here right now.
So, and if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA National Championship. This is a do-not-miss event with Ultra4 USA, F1 Boat Racing, IPRA Radio, American Side-by-Side Takeover, National Music Acts, Sand Outlaw Drag Racing, pool parties, and a jet ski trick show.
Okay, right, what we're going to do is we've got Pam Hall, who's down in the pits at the moment. She's down there with someone from Paul Wolf Racing. She's going to talk her through what happened at the start there with Paul. Why was Paul late to the start? Pam, what you got? Okay, while we're waiting for Pam there, well, let's not forget we are in the middle of a desert. We'll cut back to the action, and we're back at the waterfall. Miles, talk me through this.
That is Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson. There was a lot of people really worried about that waterfall, and there was a couple big rocks at the bottom that got blown out of there. So I'm feeling pretty good that it's not going to be the bottleneck everybody was worried about. But it still could be. The race is early. But Mike Park has gotten around Dustin Robbins. Yeah, unless we missed it. It looks like it's Justin Barth at race mile 3.
Now, flat tyres could be a real issue here, particularly on this first lap. Let's not forget, the UTVs are the first race cars around this lap at race speed. So they're going to be cutting in things. They're going to be moving rocks out of the way. It's going to be difficult for these guys.
And I just got an update from Racing Tracks. There was a tip alert from Max Gordon at race mile 1.2, but he is moving again. So did he just hit a bad G out, or did he roll the car? It's all speculation, but there was an update there. Oh, there's Dustin Robbins. So that means Mike Park has gotten around Dustin Robbins, race mile number 9. And he has taken a different line here.
Yeah, now let's have a look at the rack here. I want to see if he's got a flat tire in the back, maybe. A driver's briefing this morning, there's a few worried people. But I have to say, I'm not liking the line here that Dustin Robbins is taking.
Yeah, you can see if he would have been more passenger, that big rock, that just goes to show you how big that rock actually is. So if he would have been more passenger, he would have had, it's a little steeper, but it's a more direct line. And there's somebody right hot on his heels. That is Josh Smith, who is leading the open class. Let's see what kind of line him and Corey Nasso do, dropping the Brannock Falls.
Looks like he's going to take the same line as Cole Clark there, cutting across.
And that's the line to take right there. And remember, this is a UTV, so they're a lot narrower than the EMC and the 4400. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out on the different cars. That right front tire looked a little soft, Jim.
Yeah, but don't forget these cars are a lot shorter as well. So what they make up for with their, or what they lose for their width, they also gain by being, or should I say, the other classes gain from length. So I think you're going to find the 4400s are going to be coming down there a hell of a whack.
Oh, they'll walk it there for sure. Yeah. Well, as long as they hit their line just right. That big rock, if it gets in your way, it's pretty gnarly.
Well, it's going to be interesting. If we get cars coming up there side by side with each other, what's going to happen? Are they going to follow line of drift, or are they going to try and work for a pass? But right now, I'm looking at my tracker, and I can see that it is car 24, Cole Clark.
So I'm getting a little update right now from my Rugged Race Radio that Paul Wolf switched cars and had to switch comms, so that's why he was late. So that was a little tidbit from the Rugged Radio. And thank you, Pam Hall.
And that looks like that's Robbie Gordon there coming down the rocks at car 77 it is.
Yeah, so tough break for Paul Wolf. Ooh, there's Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker, and that's that wrong line. He took it too much driver, and that puts a lot of tension on that left front ball joint.
But this is interesting because Kyle Chaney is one of the best rock drivers in the world, period. And he saw that line as being the line to take. I find that very interesting indeed. I do question, has Kyle actually done any pre-running? Because it's not like him to make mistakes. We see him at Hammers laying down a pace. There's equal, if not even faster than 4400 class cars in his UTV. So very interesting indeed.
We saw Robbie Gordon dropping just a moment ago as well.
Yeah, so we've got 3 cars there, nose to tail. But it does look like Kyle Chaney is absolutely on a charge there. He started in 12th position. It looks like he's already made his way up past 3 cars.
Remember, they took off one at a time in 30-second increments. There's a great shot of our race line wheel start-finish line. That is race mile number 0 and number 37.
And if you're looking on the trackers at home and you're looking for Kyle Chaney, you will actually find Robert Parker, as he is racing in memory of Robert Parker.
And speaking about Robert Parker and Kyle Chaney, Pam Hall was able to catch up with Kyle Chaney earlier in the week. Let's see what he had to say. Pam?
I am here with Kyle Chaney. He is currently the points leader out here. You are running for the name of Robert Parker for this season. You haven't been out on race course yet, but have you been talking to other drivers and getting some information from them about what this course is like?
No, I really haven't talked to anybody. My flight was delayed out of Dallas last night for like 12 hours, and I didn't even get in until like 4 a.m. this morning into Palm Springs, and couldn't get a hotel till like 6 a.m. I couldn't get an Uber to take me anywhere. It was just a nightmare last night, so I didn't get no sleep. Finally just got here, and we've got a lot of work to do to the car to finally get on the track to go pre-run. Hopefully we can get a lap in of pre-running, but no, I haven't had time to talk to anybody.
Well, it's the waterfall that everybody's been talking about out there, so you'll get out there and see it here in a little bit. But what is your strategy going into this weekend to keep that points lead and to win this national championship?
Yeah, I mean, we do have a good lead. Robert, with Robert racing KOH and having a good finish, and me kind of staying solid all year. We got the points lead, and hopefully after tomorrow we'll win a national championship. But it's going to be tough. A lot of fast guys here, and we're just going to go out there and. I went into the West Coast Championship just kind of wanting to finish, and I feel like it bit me. That's not, I feel like, how racing should be going. So I'm going out here to win.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from Kyle Chaney. I mean, how's that for prep? He's had no sleep. I mean,
yeah, that's hard on your body as well.
Yeah. I mean, he's a super fit guy. He's a professional athlete, but even for anyone, it can be tough.
But while we were with Pam, we'll bring you a rugged replay of a different line coming down the Brannock Falls. So that's Tyler Rimreed. So he's going to go far driver's side and kind of ride the wall a little bit. Another Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador in his Can-Am. And taking a different line. I like that line. It's a little tippy, but he's making his way. Looks like Gibbs may be doing the same as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how people see lines differently.
Nope, Gibbs is behind him, sorry. That's Brandon
That's
Kilgore.
Kilgore.
And
Yeah.
you see how he had to use the momentum? He got a little nervous. So thank you, Rugged, for the replay. And back to Jake, the Blonde Ambition Versi. Dropped it quick. I believe that's Glenn Young right behind him.
Yeah, it does look like it.
He's got that Smurf blue
Yeah,
and
that
black.
is Glenn Young. Definitely. Now he's coming back down. He's straightened a bit. It looks it's so easy to say when you're sat here, isn't it? But it looks like he's straightened too early. He's going to get hooked up on that big rock. You've got to be so careful not to break a CV joint here. You can see that massive angle there, put huge load on those CV joints. So what we've got here is a fantastic race. This is the 4900 UTV race here at the Legends of Havasu 2023. If you're just joining us, this is Ultra4 racing at its best. It's been an awesome day of qualifying so far. And right now it's all about the 4900s. And inside 4900 we have three classes. We have the stock class, we have the pro mods, and we have the open class. Let's talk about that stock class. So it has to have an OEME chassis, must use stock suspension points, reinforcing allowed, maximum of 1000cc engine, and only 33-inch tyres. Then in those pro mods, we're looking at hydraulic steering, aftermarket turbos. You are allowed to reinforce the frame, but you have to use standard suspension pickup points, maximum of 1000 cc's, and a maximum of a 35-inch tyre.
And then the open UTV class, maximum of a 2000 cc engine, but you can dream it, you can build it, you can race it. As we're watching Matthew Walraven coming down the Brannock Falls, and he's in that he took that left line, I'll just call it a middle line, because now there's a new left line, and that just puts so much stress on that front end. We'll see if Walraven can get through there before we send recovery in there. Because now it's not a bottleneck yet, because he's still moving. But now we got to keep a close eye whether we do a little hook and book.
Exactly. Now, if you arrive in here and you're in high box and you finally find yourself sat in your nose, life gets difficult. So it's very difficult to then change from high box into low box. And there's different styles of vehicles here. You saw that was a Can-Ab. This is more of a Polaris style.
That's Rick Birch with Scott Lesage riding shotgun. And yes, you are right, that is a Polaris. And man, look at all the weight on that left front. That's hard on axles. It's hard on ball joints.
Yep.
So we'll see. You've got to save the car.
This is only one lap of 3, and it's going to get more and more worn. Each of these cars is going to be a bit more battered each time they come around here.
There's Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May. Evaluating the situation. Oh, and he backs up into, looks like that may be Byron Starrett, and then Brian Hamby. So remember, there's a couple different lines. If you shoot that left line, I think it's smoother, but it's risk versus reward. It looks like it's very tippy.
Yeah, they're kind of cutting across there. And the job is where you do that cut across and try and come back into the face. What happens is you run that left-hand tire straight down into the face of the big rock.
Come on, Byron. Take that hard left line and go with it. I was home for a pass right on camera at the Brannock Falls.
That would have just been too much gold for us, mate.
And Lynch makes it around, so Chris May's still moving. That is Mike Park. I apologize. Mike Park and Byron Lynch look almost identical. It's 904 is Park and 9004 is Byron Starrett. But Mike Park right there making quick work. And Jeremy Dixon, I was chatting with him this morning. He's riding shotgun in that car. He's like, you better watch for us because we're coming. We're going to bring in the heat. That's Brian Hamby, the number 817, cruising along.
Now,
Corey Willis right behind him.
Is he going to take that left line? Come on, Brian. Nope, Brian's decided to do the cutback.
And you can see how slow they're going. Oh, there's Max Gordon pushing along. Oh, so that is race mile 3. So remember I was saying
he's got a door net open.
And you saw that Racing Tracks had an update that maybe he was tipped over, so he may have already flopped it. Great to see Max Gordon, fresh off his Nora win, back in action. As we're back to the Brannock Falls with Corey Willis.
Now, you might be wondering what they're doing when they come into a stop there. It's probably running in high box, making a change to low box as they come down. Now, that's the perfect line there. We really like that line, so great stuff there from Corey Willis.
Well, the perfect line is the one you make it down without hurting anything. So there's a couple perfect lines, I'll be honest. But, yeah, some great stuff out there going on. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu, and we are hot and heavy right in the middle of the 4,900 UTV race. There is 3 classes all racing at the same time. And let's run over national points and pro modified. Sitting in that first spot right now is Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney. And then it's really close between Travis Zollinger and Corey Willis. And then for second, it's Walraven, McCoy, who didn't make it, so he's going to drop out. So Jake Versey and Tyler Rimreed. So those 5 or 6 are going to be on the box tomorrow night at the banquet. Oh, there is a left ball joint on that car. And that was that. I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then in the stock class, looks like it's between Byron Sterritt, Chris May, Cody Willenberg, and Brian Hamby. Those are those 4. And then in the open class, as long as Josh Smith can run a strong race, he's got this locked down.
So this is Eric Yates making his way down the waterfall. Oh, big nose stand there. It is actually sitting up in the air.
That is awesome. So now what do you do? I think you have, if you back up, you're trying to go even more over backwards.
Yeah,
there it went. Yep, he hit them. So now we got a clog in there. But look at that. Abe Gonzalez is here, and he's ready. He's like, bring it down here. Let's flip him over.
Yeah, you see he's got a soft shackle in his hand there, ready to go around the cage.
So we're going to try to
and
make
the
quick
waterfall
work.
claims his first victim.
The Brannock Falls is already showing its deal. And like I said, if he would have hit the forward gas, he had a better chance. So hit the back and had some issues.
Yeah, but that comes from an experience, and you have to experience that for yourself to be able to understand it.
And we got a Jeep down low, a buggy down up top. So we'll see what kind of work we can make happen.
So I believe that's one of the guys, just trying to work out who the recovery guy is there. Got to say a massive thank you to our volunteer marshals who come out here to help support the racing.
I believe that is Eric Yates.
It is Eric Yates. Yep,
that is tipped over. Thank you.
That's all right.
He was a late entry.
So Abe Gonzalez there. Now Abe is one of the volunteers. He works at King of the Hammers. Works also with Ultra4 USA. He's got the skills, and he'll be getting Eric back on his wheels very soon. But what they might have to do is pull him up onto his wheels and then get Eric to drive out backwards to clear him of that rock. But let's see what happens.
You can't park there.
Interesting. We can't see what's at the top. Is there a queue of cars there?
And yeah, it's getting a little tough. We'll see, but that left-hand line is still open. And it's kind of dragging him around.
That's kind of my thought.
So now we'll get 2 winches on him, try to get him over. But now it's kind of getting closer to that rock wall, so we'll see what happens there. And if that camera could pan up, I'd really be curious if it's starting to be a bottleneck yet or not.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Here we go. As if by magic.
Okay, no. Oh, there it comes.
Here we go. Now.
And that is Cade Rod. So what are we going to do here?
Now, Cade Rod is a very experienced rock driver.
So if this was me, I would ask Recovery to get out of the way and let him shoot that left line.
Absolutely.
But we'll see. So Cade Rod is patiently awaiting right now. So while we watch this recovery, let's give a huge shout-out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy
Max
Vodka.
Gordon. Is that? No, it's not. Sorry, I mistaken that.
Speed Sport, Project X, Rugged Radios.
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, and Warn.
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, the Off-Road Syndicate.
Spider Tracks, Brannock Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wheeling.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing today for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is Ultra4 racing. The UTV class is going. We have 3 races going on at the same time. Oh, there's our second car that's going to be waiting in line.
Third.
Yep,
Fourth.
3. Yep, 4. Oh, and that is Gordon. It looks like
it does look like Max Gordon in the background there now. So it does look like Max Gordon probably did have a roll.
No, that is not him. That
No,
is
that's not.
Nathan Seiler, maybe? So recovery's working hard.
Like a speed UTV as it came around the corner, but see in the front there, it doesn't look like one, does it?
I can't tell. Little grainy.
Got to say a massive thank you to our production crew. Let's not forget we are in the middle of a desert.
Yeah, and that is literally at race mile number 9, and it's a hard way to get there. So we're beaming stuff all over this standard wash area. It's a 7,500 acres out here of OHV land. The Bureau of Land Management, we've been working close with them. Have got a great relationship, and everything is running smooth. We also need to give a huge shout out to the Havasu Side-by-Side Trail Association. They've got a lot of their volunteers out here. They're going to help us clean up the course as well as tread lightly after the races.
Yeah, I'm just looking on our tracker right now, and it would appear. I'm looking for Travis Zollinger. I can't tell you who is moving and shaking at the moment. It does look like one of our big movers and shakers is Kyle Cheney racing for Robert Parker. It looks like he's made his way up.
And it sounds like Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, was able to catch up with Robbie Gordon just before the race. So let's see what these two special guests have to say.
Here we are, Legends of Havasu. Robbie Gordon's with us right now. Robbie, you showed up.
We showed up. It's been a long week. We've been working on getting customer cars out. We had last week in the Nora 500, which all cars finished. Max ended up winning Pro Turbo, so that was cool. And we're back here. This is the same car that I raced at the Nora 500 and finished second with, and then Max is racing the car that Al Macbeth raced last weekend at Nora. So both these cars has 540 miles on it straight off the showroom floor, and we're heading to the racetrack again.
What's going to happen on the race? Who's in the right seat? Who's in the left seat?
Max has his own car, so he's already gone once, so he's going to go ahead and ride with me.
Welcome. Glad to have you with us.
Good seeing you, Bob.
Thank you very much. Great to see Bob Bauer there. Now, did you know this? That Bob Bauer actually won the Baja 1000 with Robbie Gordon back in 1991.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, that's cool.
I love the story that Bob was saying the other day. He's like, you're talking to somebody who has lost the Baja 1000 however many times, but he's won it a few times as well.
Yeah, he has.
So,
he has.
I think he's
won it 3 times and something, but lost it 26 or something like that. Yeah,
that's a lot of time. So
okay, right. We can see Eric Yates is back on his wheels again now, but we can also see there is a small traffic jam.
So this is where qualifying was very important, because now the lead cars are just getting more and more of a lead. But it looks like we're cleared enough. We'll see if we can send down the first one, and that is Cade Rod right there, who is patiently waiting. But what's that? Probably 5+ minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But this is really interesting. Cade Rod is a very experienced rock driver. He's been out of hammers 1,000 times. He really knows his trade. But he's not a UTV driver.
This is his first UTV race, correct.
So he's probably looking at that left line and going, hey, man, no, I can't drive that.
Or I could in my big car.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the difference. This is what we're talking about here. And it's the difference between guys who are in 4400 jumping in a UTV and the professional UTV drivers.
And here is a rugged replay on what exactly happened.
So Eric Yates is making his way down the waterfall. He's taking that slightly harder right-hand line. He sticks it up on his nose. Now
lands
he sits
on the
there.
bumper. So
now,
if he would have hit the forward gear, I think he would have pulled out of it. But he puts her in reverse and flops her on over. So tough break for Eric Yates. But we're trying to get him out of the way.
Yeah, as you popped out, it's so easy to say when you're sitting in here, oh yeah, you should have just hit the throttle, but he should have just hit the throttle. Now, see what I mean? Cade Rod's committing to that line, and we know
like
the other line's
pop
possible.
Up and over?
Yeah, he's got this.
All
nice
right,
driving
so Cade
from
Rod
Cade.
out. And now think of this. Cade Rod did lose 5 minutes. Nothing around that. But that means he's got 5 minutes of clean air, so he can really push hard right now.
Yep. Whereas that looks like Willenberg, is
yeah,
it?
that's Cody Willenberg.
Yep.
with C&W Motorsports, and then Jason Susi right behind him, and then Nathan Seiler.
Yeah, 521. Yeah, I think you're right there. Yes, Nathan Seiler. Yep, correct.
I guess I wasn't asking you, I was telling you, buddy.
Not for the first time.
Is that Joe Gould maybe behind him?
Yeah, it is indeed.
Then Justin Barth. Oh, here's another one snuck through. So we definitely had a little parking lot. Again, probably 5-ish minutes or so. So that definitely feels like an hour when you're sitting in a race car.
It does.
We've been racing for 42 minutes right now.
Oh, wow. Look at this. It really is a traffic jam.
And I've got a mechanical alert for Dustin Robbins at race mile 10. I hate to hear that. Thanks, Dave Clay with Racing Tracks. There's Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab with Joe Gould and Carter Peterson.
Yeah, and it's even more disappointing when you're that guy, Eric Yates. You're sitting at the bottom there and you watch car after car just drive it as easy.
But he still has a chance. He can still get in there. I think the attrition is going to be very, very high in this race. So if he can get the car going and go down. Oh, look at that left front, man. It's really under a lot of stress when it's full tilt into that big rock. But Justin Barth makes it happen. He's got to race this race and then hop out of this car and hop into his Jimmy's 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class car as well. So Justin Barth and Paul, his co-driver, got a long day and a night ahead of him.
So at what point do you get to in the UTV race where you say, hey, do you know what? I've done enough.
Well,
I'm going to just... is he racing for championship points here? Or is it a case of he's going to say, well, you know what? I'm just going to pull out early and try and save myself for the big car.
He's in top 5 for national championships, so it's going to be tough. I don't know. But, yeah, you're taking a gamble if you go out for that last lap. What happens if you break on your last lap? You're not going to make it back for the start of your next race. So, you're right. How do you make that call? I don't know.
See, I did wonder with Cade Rod whether Cade Rod would actually call this race short. Whether he would just do 1 lap, maybe even 2 laps, and just say, hey, I've done enough, park it, and save himself for the big race.
No, he's got all night to recoup. He's not racing until tomorrow at 10 a.m. So if I was Cade Rod, I would make absolutely every lap you can just to see the course, see how the lines are coming together, see how the course is deteriorating. If I was Cade Rod, I'd be running every second I can out there. So Eric Yates is out of the deal. It looks there's a speed car, so that must be Max Gordon.
Yeah, door net open, look.
So he must have took a tumble and something's...
Now, is he single seating?
So we'll see what this speed car can do. So I can't quite tell if the car got beat up too bad or not. If he did take a tumble, but yeah, that he drops down, makes pretty quick work. So Max Gordon at race mile number 9 at the Brannick Falls making quick work. Great shot of the race line start finish. And something else that's really cool this year that the Robinettes did was every registered racer received an Air Evac Life Team free of charge. So if you have an issue, you are covered for your helicopter ride. And that is compliments of Robinettes and AOE. I mean, because every time you get in a race car, you're it's dangerous. Racing's dangerous, but also, guess what? Racing is fun.
Yeah, we've got a great race working out here as we watch Eric Yates. The 860 there. We saw him take a tumble. Let's hope he can get this car back together and get back on course.
So we are just 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City in the Standard Wash OHV area. There's 7,500 acres of BLM land out here, OHV. You can come out here and play at any time. Lake Havasu City is super UTV friendly. They love it. You know, you can go boating, you can go UTV riding. As long as you have a plate on your UTV, you can ride it through town. We've got our Can-Ams plated, so we've been cruising around town all week. Well, for a couple weeks now. But it's such a cool city because I've never seen so many old school hot rods. Never seen so many big powerful boats. And then the off-roading here is amazing. Lake Havasu is turning into one of my new favorite places to come check out. They've got a little bit of everything. It's a fun little town. Its population roughly 58,000, elevation 738 feet. And we're about 3 hours away from Las Vegas and Phoenix. Parker, Arizona is just about 45 minutes away. So we do have Eric Yates off course. He's going to evaluate the situation and try to determine if it's worth still going or not. Make sure you download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to AOE.TV, speedsport.tv. Use the Ultra4 USA or MAO Facebook and YouTube channel. Share it, start a watch party, and hashtag it up.
Right, looking on our race tracker right now, and I can see something that I don't want to see. I'm going to keep an eye on it. But if you're watching on racingtracks.com, you can see our map. Come to it, have a look at it, and you can see all of the race numbers on the cars. Now, there's something that is worth talking about. I'm looking here, and I'm seeing Paul Wolf's number, which is 1018. Now, he's got a little red dot next to it. That means that he is stationary. So we're going to look at this, keep an eye on it, and we'll bring it the news as we've got.
And that is our physical race leader, number 24, Cole Clark, at the Spider Track backstretch.
Now, Miles, you helped set this course out. Talk to me a little bit about this area of the course.
Yeah, so it's pretty, obviously it winds and dines a little bit, but it's a pretty fast section. And I guess I was a little before where I thought our camera was, because it widens up even more. But there's a great little shot straightening up the curves. Cole Clark was running a strong pace, and you can see the dust is forming, but the wind's blowing just enough that, man, this is turning out to be a perfect race day.
Ah, absolutely. Listening to the drivers yesterday, there was a lot of concern about the dust. Looking at this here, that's pretty much perfect race conditions, particularly for a desert course. Great to see as we cut back to the race line. Now, going back to the racing track. So if you go to Racing Tracks, tracks is spelled TRAX.com. You can go there, you can pick up the map, and you can have a look. Now, I'm looking. These trackers ping around about every 30 seconds, somewhere around there. And I'm just watching, and it does look like Paul Wolf is now stationary. So we'll bring you more news on that as we have it. But at the moment, he's showing 0 mile an hour. That's a tough break out there.
And I'm just getting an update on my rugged radios. The EMC class, the Everman Challenge, has been adjusted. It will start at 5 and race till 8. So they're going to be racing half of their race in the dark out here. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, guys, it's on the left side. There's a little screen door you can drop down.
Fantastic images here, Miles. Just look at that as they cut their way down through. So which section of the course is this?
Obviously, this is where it kind of goes into the tight canyons. You can really see the dust hanging right there. This is a fun little section. It really flows really nice, snaking through this course. Trying to get my bearings. Yeah, so in this top center of our screen is where we are here in the Warren studio. You can barely tell it, but we're probably right here around race mile 20 or so. And it's a fun little wavy section. Remember, a 37-mile course. This is going to be a long but fun race. And there's Lake Havasu, part of the Colorado River in the background. To our right is where Lake Havasu proper is by about 10 miles. So you can come down river and head towards Parker if you go left on the river. Very boater-friendly area. And there's Eric Yates still stopped at the Brannock Falls.
Yeah, that was a tough luck there for Eric Yates. And we always say the same, don't we? The camera never shows you the severity of the terrain. Now, this waterfall, I didn't get out a chance to see that. We were hoping to get out there yesterday, but it just didn't work out for us. But talk us through. I mean, that boulder there, would you say it's the size of a UTV or the size of Abe's Jeep? I mean, what sort of size are we looking?
Yeah, the big boulder at the bottom is, probably the size of a UTV, and it's probably about a 10-foot drop, and there's a lot of big rocks, obviously video never does it justice, but there's a lot of big rocks in the face of it, and it's all natural, but it kind of looks like shotcrete. There's some big rocks in the face of it, but some of these cars have been breaking them loose, so you can kind of see some light dirt areas. That's because those big rocks have fallen off of that rock face, and they're ending up in the bottom, and they're big nuisance rocks, size of a normal beach ball or so.
If you're just joining us, this is the 2023 Legends of Havasu. We're out here just outside of the Havasu city for the 2023 Ultra4 National Finals. What a year of racing it's been, Miles.
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing. And speaking about Legends of Havasu, we still have VIP packages available. So go to legendsofhavasu.com, check it out. We've still got great live music tonight with Brett Michaels, tomorrow's Flow Rider. We have the F1 Power Boats, the IPRA Radio, American Side-by-Side Takeover, pool parties, jet ski trick shows, and so much more. So if you're anywhere in the area, come on out. There's still time to enjoy.
I've got some news. Paul Wolf's tracker is showing that he is moving again. So maybe he had a flat tire, maybe he spun a belt. Who knows? But I can tell you that Paul Wolf is moving again.
And it looks like he's in second position.
Now, Travis Solinger, I'm just watching his tracker. He's just gone off, showing him off track at the moment. But he might be possibly in a canyon, so I'm just going to keep an eye on that. Let's see if it bounces back again because, yeah, there he goes. Travis Solinger is back on track, just behind Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney.
Okay, so yeah, the trackers update at separate times. So per racing tracks, Cole Clark, then Travis Solinger, then Paul Wolf, then Kyle Cheney. So those are our top four out front right now.
But let's just talk about that because Carl Cheney, Robert Parker, or Carl Cheney, let's just call him Carl Cheney, started in 12th position today, and he's made his way up to third in the first lap.
And
so he's
physically, on adjusted time, he's looking good, really, really well.
Oh, yeah, I would go as far as to say there's a possibility that Carl Cheney is actually leading the race right now. Okay, we're going to be coming out to a short commercial break here, and we're going to be coming back with live action very soon, and Pam Paul is going to be joining us in the booth. So be sure to stay with us, and we look forward to seeing you very soon for more action here at Legends of Havasu. Okay, and welcome back to Legends of Havasu. We are here just outside of Havasu City Lake. And we're having a load. Oh, should I start that again? The Havasu Lake City. And joining me in the booth right now is Pam Hall. How are you, Pam?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing, Jim?
I'm having a great time. It's been an awesome day so far. We've had so much fantastic qualifying. And then, of course, we are here right now for the 4900 main race. As you know, we've got 3 classes racing, but you've been out there in the pits. You've been finding out all the little stories, all the little gems. What's going on out there?
Well, there's a lot going on out there, actually. Not only are we obviously racing live right now with our 4900 UTV class, but a lot of the drivers that qualified in our other classes, our EMC classes, and also in our 4400, they're out there and they're going over their cars and making sure they're all, good and ready. We have some drivers that have had some issues. They're looking for parts. So there's all kinds of action going on out there. Our biggest thing there right now is this 4900 class. And give me a little catch up on this because, like you just said, I've been out in the pits. I know that Cole Clark is physically out in the lead, and he was our number 2 qualifier.
Well, this is the interesting thing, obviously. Now, we saw you went to speak to Paul Wolf's people, so I'm hoping you can fill me in on this in a moment. But let's start. Paul Wolf was actually our fastest qualifier, and then what we had was obviously Cole Clark was in our second place. But when we actually got to the start itself, what we actually saw was it was Paul Wolf that actually started in 3rd position. Cole Clark came off the line first, and then Travis Solinger. So it was a really interesting start. So come on, you heard the gen out there. What was happening to Paul Wolf?
Well, Paul Wolf, what happened with him is he has 2 different cars out there, 2 different UTVs actually in his pits. So he ended up going from a 2-seat car to a 1-seat car. So what's going on is he ended up having to switch out some radios, and it's not just quick. So he decided to go to his single-seat car to actually race. So that's what was going on with Paul Wolf and the reason why it was late to our start line. But right now, though, he was supposed to be our number 1 qualifier, but that puts him a minute behind already. So here we do have, I believe that looked like it was a speed UTV, which we have Robbie Gordon out here racing, and Max Gordon, which is super awesome to have them out here. This is their backyard.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where they live. This is where they play. And they know incredibly well.
Oh, and there we go. We have another one. That is the number 77. That is, I believe we have 2 different 77. So that one is Young.
Yeah, that is Glenn Young that's out there right now. But you were just saying about Robbie Gordon being out here. This is literally his backyard. This is where they come to play. This is where they come to test. So to see Robbie out here and Max out here as well, it's absolutely fantastic, particularly with Max coming off of that big win at the Nora 500.
Exactly. I know we did actually catch up with him a little earlier on when they were getting ready to go out for qualifying. He actually was in the passenger seat, in the co-driver's seat, when Robbie went out to qualify this morning. I'm not sure if you guys were aware of that or not. But Max Gordon, a young gentleman of the age of 15 years old. I believe he's almost 16. Very, very soon he should be 16, but he has been driving for a very long time, since he was a tiny, tiny tot, as I call them. But it's awesome to see him out here racing again. Like you said, it is their backyard. Speed UTV is right down the road, so they have been out here testing them as well. And he grew up here. So
yeah.
How awesome.
It's absolutely fantastic to see, and I love the fact that they're here racing with Ultra4. That's really special. But right, let's have a quick catch up with our race leaders. We go back to the waterfall now, and it's good to see Eric Yates is no longer sat there, which means that Eric Yates is back on track. So that's absolutely fantastic. But our current race leader is Cole Clark, and we're going to be seeing him and coming back into town very, very soon. Just behind him is Travis Solinger. But this is the big news at the moment. Robert Parker, a.k.a. Kyle Cheney, looks like has made his way back up into 3rd position, which will be absolutely astonishing if that's the case. Then just behind him, it looks like we have Paul Wolf, but we'll get confirmation of that as they come round to complete their first lap. But that looks like that's Jake Versey coming on round right now.
Yes, it is. That is Jake Versey, as Miles calls him, the blonde ambition. But you were saying Kyle Cheney has made his way up into 3rd physically on course.
Yes.
I believe he qualified, in the 8th position today?
Yeah, 12th.
12th position.
I mean, he took the gamble. He went out there, he stuck it on the line to be first on course, which it seemed like a really good common sense thing to do. But the reality is it didn't pay out for him. He ended up down in 12th position, but we know Kyle Cheney. He does many things, but everything he does very fast indeed, as we watch Jake Versey there making his way into the desert. So very soon now, our leaders will be coming into town. They will be coming across that start finish, and we can start to work out the adjusted times. We can start to work out who is actually first, who is actually second. But my guess right now is it's going to probably be Carl Cheney, probably just up behind Cole Clark. The other one that's worth a look at as well is Mike Park. Mike Park is on a charge as well.
So really quick, I'm going to cut you off for there a second. Cole Clark just now came through and completed his first lap. I don't know if you and Miles did your lap timing, but it looks like he came through in 1 hour and 2 minutes is what his lap time just came through.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Did you guys do that little bantering of what do you think the fastest lap was going to be?
Well, I'll be honest with you, we did not, but we've been talking about this, and obviously Miles has been talking to JT, our race director, and trying to guess what those race times would be. And they were saying we hope they will be around about 1 hour. So that is spot on. 1 hour and 2 minutes, perfect.
Exactly.
So Cole Clark is our current race leader, but let's not forget this is on adjusted time.
And it's here we do have another car coming through. That looks like that is Mr. Travis Zollinger. Yes, it is. He is also at 1 hour, 2 minutes, but 33 seconds. So he is not too far behind Cole Clark.
Yeah, we're literally talking about seconds apart there. Now, the interesting thing about both of these vehicles is both of these vehicles are single seat. Oh,
Look
now,
at that.
is that Cole Clark just coming out of the hot pits?
It is.
Oh, my word, look at this.
I wish you guys could see us here because we're pointing at the TV. But
I've got Pam here. She's sitting there pointing at the TV, literally hovering off her seat, pointing at now. That makes a big difference indeed. You can physically see the lead there. And Travis Zollinger, he'll be sitting there going, I got you, Cole. He's already passed him on adjusted time now. He knows he's got him. You have to remember that they're 30 seconds apart. Cole has now got to push 30 seconds on Travis.
But the thing about it is Travis is going to be fighting the dust that he is going to be in of Cole Clark, which that's not fun to do. You can get into it. If there's not a breeze at all, it blinds you. But look at this.
Oh,
Travis
Zollinger's pulling off track. Oh, no.
That is so unfortunate because he is so close to the hot pit, and he is, like you said, in a single seat, but Travis Zollinger pulled off to the left.
Now, my best guess is he's got a flat tire or he's done a belt.
Those belts are never fun to do. Let's
No,
see if
they
we get
are not.
out of the car.
No,
Obviously,
he hasn't
he's
got out of the car
going to have to
yet. Now, he's still within running distance of the pits.
That is 1793. I believe that is Mr. Corey Willis.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yes, you are.
And Corey Willis, he's coming off of racing last weekend at Mid-America in the Side-by-Side Championship Series. We have a couple of racers that have been out there. And look, he is looking at the belt. The belts are on the driver's side of the car, and that's exactly what it looks like Travis Zollinger is doing, is looking at where the belt is. Down, yeah, and they have these clutch covers. Exactly, he's pulling his clutch cover off right now, so hopefully that belt didn't get too shredded up, but he did pull the clutch cover. There is a tool that they use also to have to get that belt on and off, but usually when they're shredded, they can just pull them right on out.
Yeah, absolutely. The difficult thing with these belts is that you have to remember that everything in there is attached to the engine and the transmission. It's super hot in there. It is not easy to do it when you're in your workshop at home, and then when you're trying to do it on the race course, it all becomes that little bit more difficult. And this is the yin to the yang of racing a single-seater. You haven't got your buddy there to help you out.
Exactly.
And so many of the cars that are running two-seat vehicles, they'll practice this. Their co-driver will be an ace at changing the belts. He'll be an ace at changing those tires. When you're a single seat driver, you have to do all of that yourself.
Exactly.
Which makes the whole thing so much more difficult. Cole Clark won't be believing his luck today. He pulled up in second place to start this race and started in first place. He then had to come into the pits, allowing Travis to close the gap on him, and all of a sudden Travis is pulling off to the side of the track. I mean, if I was Cole Clark, I would be doing lottery numbers at the end of the day, that's for sure.
Exactly. I mean, and look at the gap between Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, and whoever is sitting in that number 3 spot right now, which we have no idea who it's going to be because we haven't seen anybody within arm's reach quite yet.
Well, I'm expecting to see Carl Cheney, aka Robert Parker, making his way through the start-finish at any moment now, shortly followed by Paul Wolf and then Mike Park.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you have your racing tracks up, which is awesome.
Oh, yes.
And
use the tools that we are given.
Exactly. And we don't normally have racing tracks, but being this kind of race course, you know, following them is definitely a key thing to do.
Well, this is something that we would normally see at races like King of the Hammers, etc. And to see this being used here at a national event is absolutely fantastic. And that is our race leader. That is Cole Clark.
And And I'm not sure exactly what race mile he would be. This race course.
This will be around race mile 2 right now.
Okay, and this race course, it definitely it goes in and out everywhere, so we get great footage of everybody.
But look at this, underneath, hanging down. His belly plates are hanging down. So has he got a problem there? Is that going to cause him an issue, particularly as he starts to go down the rock trails? Oh, that's very interesting indeed.
That is very interesting.
But that's off-road racing. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, and what that belly plate is, usually it's that really thick plastic stuff that you put underneath the car to help with, from damaging your transmission, damaging the underneath of your car. But his looked like it was folded down in front, so maybe there was a rock inside of one of the ruts he was in, and it could just peel it right back. It doesn't normally peel that
Yeah,
easy.
it doesn't usually do that. I did wonder if it had undone from the back and was folding down and using the weight to hold it down. But you're right, it did look like it was the front that had actually folded in. Right now, I can see dust. So does that mean we've just had a car come through? Oh, what we got here? There's two
There's
UTVs
somebody in the
there.
hot pits. So we have 2 different hot pits as well. I'm not sure if you've already explained it. But
Here
right
we go.
there,
This looks like Paul Wolf. Is this Paul Wolf?
it's yellow.
It's yellow. That's a good starting
it
point.
It could be Paul Wolf or Kyle Cheney.
Very,
But
very
that
true
looks
indeed.
Like that is, I believe that is Kyle Cheney. Well, no, here, yes, that does say CT
Oh, look at this.
Raceworks
Another
on
car
the
coming
top.
out of the hot pits.
And that coming out of the hot pits, I believe, is Joshua Smith in the number for 1948. But that
can't
is
be.
Paul Wolf, or not Paul Wolf. That is Robert Parker, a.k.a. Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Kyle Cheney going through, but that can't be Josh Smith.
No.
No, that's not
That
Josh
is
Smith.
Mike Park.
That's Mike Park. So there we go. Right. It does look like right now we're just waiting to see
this.
confirmation. So Mike Park's crossing the line with a 106. In third position is Kyle Cheney. Looks like he is 5 minutes down on Travis Zollinger, but Cole Clark right now is our current race leader with a 102.20.
You know what's going to be interesting? Because of the footage we're seeing right now, we're going to see if Travis Zollinger is still pulled off to the side. So it'd be awesome to stick with
Yes,
this and see
very
if it's still
good
pulled
point.
off.
Very good point indeed.
And this is a 90 left right there. It looks like it's a smooth left, but it definitely is not. I don't think there's anything smooth really out here on this race course. I don't know if you got to actually take a lap around.
I didn't. I'd be very surprised if Travis Zollinger is back on track.
It would be right in this section is where he was.
Looks should be just here on the left. Maybe
Unless
he's already fit. Oh, no, there he is. I can see him. He's just off center of screen right now.
Yes, he is. So he is still out there. Well, it doesn't look like he is still out of the car. Maybe he's buckling back up.
Yeah, but the interesting one here is the fact that Kyle Cheney is now up physically into second place, and he's got clear air to chase.
Yes, and
Cole
there
Clark.
Paul Wolf was just now in screen.
Yeah, now Paul Wolf's had a problem on track as well. So he's either had a flat tyre or he's lost a belt. So is he going to come into the hot pit? Is he going to come in and take on board either a spare tyre or a spare belt, or is he going to blow through?
It'll be very interesting to see for sure.
He was stopped for, it would be around about 3 to 4 minutes. So it's just on time to either do a tyre or just on time to do a belt. It could have been either.
Well, and Paul Wolf is running in that number 5 spot on
Yeah. Okay, so there we go. We've got Paul Wolf. We just saw coming around the start there. Okay, so there's Paul Wolf down now. Did you see him stop in the pits at all, Pam?
I did not see him stop in the pits, so maybe he's got that good running. I know that Chris Hickman has been back over here behind us watching the race, so it's good to see him over here and not over in the hot pits.
That would suggest to me that he didn't get a flat tyre on course then. That would suggest to me that whatever reason he stopped was not a flat tyre, because if it was a flat tyre, he would have come in and definitely had a re-rack, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Now, some of these cars that you'll see out there, you'll see they've actually got like tape wrapped around their tyres. This is a visual marker for their teams, so they can see if the tape's gone off the tyre, they know that these guys are going to need a tyre when they're coming into pits. And you might think, well, why didn't they just radio that through? Why didn't they just tell their pit? Well, sometimes the radios fail and you need a visual check. And they'll have spotters out on course as well, plus they'll be watching the live feed, trying to get as much gen as they can, so when their man or their girl is coming around past the pits, they can make informed decisions quickly.
Exactly, and I'm trying to make out who it is that's running behind Paul Wolf right now. I'm not sure if that's Mike Park that is running behind him, which I think that we saw him coming out of his pits earlier. But
no, I think Mike Park we saw out go behind Kyle Cheney.
I was thinking too.
Yeah, so if that was the case, then I will have a
We
look
might
at
have missed a car going through, but I actually didn't see Travis Zollinger still setting off to the side there either, so maybe he got back going as well.
No, I'm still
Oh, it
showing
was
Travis
Dustin
Zollinger.
Robbins possibly?
Yeah, Dustin Robbins is actually showing in the pits right now. So he's stopped in hot pits.
I'm not used to having this up whenever we're racing.
But I can tell you now that Cole Clark is our current race leader, and he is pulling a long lead on the rest of the field.
And there we do have the young Nathan Parker. And you know what? Nathan Parker does not have a co-driver with him.
No, that's 900. That's Kyle Cheney.
Oh, Kyle Cheney. Oh, don't know where I was thinking.
That's
900,
right.
that's right.
I got you.
150 is Nathan Parker.
Yes, that is correct. And Nathan Parker, he's 14 years old and he's doing great things out here. I mean, let's not forget, he was the highest qualifying stock UTV today. Absolutely remarkable.
Yes, it is. And there is Mike Park.
It is the 904.
And Mike Park out there running strong.
Right, well, I'm going to step out for a few short minutes. Miles is going to join you back in the booth.
Yes.
And I will see you all very soon.
It was awesome. All right, playing a little bit of musical chairs in here. I'm giving Miles his seat back, but this is awesome with Cole Clark in that number 1 spot, Travis Zollinger in that number 2 spot, Kyle Cheney actually running in that number 3 spot. So Miles is going to get caught up with us here in a minute. Hopefully you got to grab some lunch there, Miles.
I just kind of took a little hangout, got in the shade, just chilled out. It was nice. There's Paul Wolf, number 1018, and I overheard. I know it was Cole Clark, but I couldn't see it. I just gotten out of eyesight, and I heard somebody hot rodding through. I assumed it was Cole. So what's that? Probably just over an hour lap time for Cole Clark.
Cole Clark at an hour and 2.
Hour
yes.
and 2. Yep.
Well,
I knew it was right around that. And JT and I were guessing an hour for the fast guys. You know, is it going to be 55 minutes? It's going to be an hour and 20. You don't know. So we were guessing that hour mark. So an hour and 2, that's pretty impressive. So 4,400s could shave off some time because there's some real big sections you can really go. But then those tight technical canyons, the UTVs do have an advantage. So, man, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Okay, and there's Travis Zollinger. Travis Zollinger.
I heard he was pulled over maybe?
Well, here's what happened. So Cole Clark came through. Travis Zollinger came through pretty close behind him. Well, then, as we were watching on the drone, Cole Clark was coming out of the hot pits, and Travis Zollinger was right behind him. Right as they got about mile marker 1, Travis Zollinger ended up pulling off to the side, and I think what happened, it was changing a belt because he pulled off his clutch cover and everything. So he had an unfortunate belt change there.
And there's Tyler Gibbs with Mitchell Roccacelli coming through. That moves him up to, it looks like, 5th overall on adjusted time and in Pro Modified. So right now it is still Cole Clark, then Travis Zollinger, Kyle Cheney, Mike Park, and then Tyler Gibbs, and then Paul Wolf. And now Robbie Gordon just clicks off another lap right there at the race line, start-finish.
Yes, and Robbie Gordon running in that number 8 spot, but right now he's actually in number 1 overall for the UTV Open class. So he's running first in class.
Wow.
But 8th overall, so good job. But we have lots of action going on right here.
And then Glenn Young just moves into the 5th spot overall in Pro Modified class. We're still waiting for our first stock class. Is that going to be Nathan Parker? We'll find out here very soon. But Robbie Gordon, first in class, 9th overall. This guy can drive anything with wheels on it. Obviously, there's a lot of lovers and a lot of haters for old Robbie Gordon, but I'm a fanboy for sure. He's done a lot for our sport, and it's really cool to see him out here racing with Ultra4 USA. It just brings the notoriety up. Just speaking of Bob Bauer being our Grand Marshal,
right.
I think that is so cool. JT Taylor offered it to him, and Bob was excited to come. And we're going to bring him in the Warren booth here probably the next half hour or so. We're going to bring Bob through and have a chat with him and give you some of his stories. And there is Robbie Gordon in the Amsoil hot pits right now. Looks like taking some fuel. And you can see the safety equipment is on by the fuel guy. And when they're fueling, you cannot touch the car. So they're just kind of visually watching, making sure everything's good. But, man, they got their whole team out there checking her out. So I was curious about that, man. Just one lap. So he's going to have to stop every lap for fuel possibly?
I mean, they are a 37-mile loop, correct?
Yep.
So with that being said, a lot of these cars have bigger fuel cells. Robbie might not have, obviously, they're taking on fuel right now, does not have a larger fuel cell in it.
Even though it's in the open class, it's still a stock machine.
Yes, and so Robbie Gordon's getting all fueled up like we were saying, but definitely going to be a little bit of a game because on a stock tank, normally you always get, I don't know, maybe like 85, 90 miles roughly, but that's kind of trail riding in a sense. So they're out here pushing it harder. They have the sand washes they're going through, and it's obviously going to eat up more fuel.
And now, is that Robbie out of the vehicle?
That looks like he's getting possibly a, well, they don't have belts. He doesn't have belts on his UTVs.
Huh. And I just got an update over my Rugged Race radio. Sounds like Cade Rod has a mechanical issue at race mile 23.7. Hate to hear that for Cade, but hey, that's part of racing.
Yes, it is. Very unfortunate. And I actually did not realize Cade Rod was running in the UTV class, and I was walking by the lineup, and I saw him. I'm like, oh, hey, you know, pretty cool to see him out here in a UTV because normally he's...
This is his first time ever driving a UTV during a race. Looks like that's Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey, number 43, clicking off a lap. So that's going to move him into second. No, on adjusted time, that puts him in first place ahead of Robbie Gordon. So Jake Versey is on adjusted time and about to pass Robbie Gordon in the Amsoil hot pits. So he's got to have a big smile on his head when he passes Robbie Gordon.
Yes, it is. And Miles, how cool is this? I kept forgetting when I was in here with Jim with the racing tracks. I kept going, I wonder where this person is or that person.
Quit wondering and go to racingtracks.com and check her out.
Exactly. I just am not used to having it. So how cool is that we can do this here in the booth? And we do have a lot of drivers still moving in. It looks like the 252 is not moving right at this moment, which is Brett Lambeth is not moving. 0 miles per hour.
Wow, and Cole Clark, our physical race leader, will be coming into the Brannock Falls here in the next 5 minutes or so. So Cole Clark with a commanding lead. He is way out front of by about 2.5 miles of Parker and Mike Park.
Wow. How awesome is that?
And there's Tyler Gibbs, and look at him throwing it in the berm. These ruts are getting deeper and deeper every time out. So Tyler Gibbs and Mitchell Roccacelli still cruising along. Race mile number 3.
And Tyler Gibbs, the rear end of his car looked like it was
sagging. I saw that. I was wondering that.
So when you were actually out of the booth, they showed Cole Clark, and it looked like the front of his skid plate was folded down underneath too. So it's going to be interesting to see whenever he comes back through to see if that is actually an issue, if he's going to have to stop again.
Well, time will tell. There was Glenn Young heading through. He is Ironmaning this race in his Can-Am.
And you guys were talking about this, Miles, whenever, of course, all the people that are following the social media, you were giving amazing updates throughout the course building out here. And you were saying how it was going to be tough for the people that are running a single seat out here. I'm
telling you. But, hey, look who's winning this. Cole Clark. So, hey, what am I to judge anything? He's running one heck of a race. There goes Tyler Rimreed. So that's going to move him up, let's see, into 9th position in class, 10th overall in the Pro Modified class.
And he's running in a Can-Am. He's switching gears.
Recently switching over,
yes.
So good for him. There's a great shot of Ultra4 USA. Hot pits on the top.
Yes, and I was explaining that. I wasn't sure if you guys had explained that earlier on, that there are 2 completely different hot pit areas, and it's not because we had to because of the way our course is set up and space and everything, but normally we just have one normal long hot pit.
But it's still just one hot pit technically, because it's all here at home base.
Just 2 different sections.
Yeah, there's not a remote pit. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
All right, Matthew Walraven has came through. He actually looks like he just took over the number 9 spot from Tyler Rimreed. Matthew Walraven in that number 118 in the UTV Pro Modified class.
And somebody's pulling into the Amsoil hot pits.
Is that Gibbs?
Nope,
No, that
Gibbs
is Willis, Corey Willis.
What's it say on the top? Man, it's tough to tell. But yeah, it doesn't.
No, that is not Corey Willis.
That's the 435, if I'm not mistaken. So that is
Calgary?
No, Brandon Kilgore.
Kilgore.
Oh,
okay.
there he is.
Okay, let's
he was
look
there
at the bottom.
in 3 minutes. So Cole Clark, number 24, our physical race leader, and he took a perfect line last time. Kissed the rock a little bit. Last time was a little bit smoother, but still quick and easy through there.
Did you see a skid plate underneath? See, it's hanging
Okay,
down.
it's hanging. So it's one of those things. I think you keep rocking and
Oh,
rolling.
yeah, definitely.
But if he takes a hard hit, he could really destroy the front end of his car.
Yes, 100%.
Or if he gets in the wrong rock, instead of skimming over, it's going to catch.
Right.
So we'll see how that all plays out.
I mean, really, and in reality, too, I mean, going into the hot pits, how is that actually going to help him? What can they do to fix it? But
maybe a few zippy screws up in there and see what happens, but it's wanting to stay down. There's Jake, the blonde ambition Versi.
And we'll see how the time split will be between Cole Clark in our number 2 position because Travis Zollinger was so close to him when they came through earlier on. So Cole Clark might have the time to actually go into the hot pit and try to fix the skid plate.
Like I said, the skid plate, I don't think I'd mess with it. I think I'd rock and roll with that. I think it's going to be too time consuming and it's not going to save you anything unless you get in a pickle, obviously. Right. But I think I'd take my chances and keep on rocking. And he may not even know it's dragging, so he doesn't care. But through the washes, it's so burned out in the ruts that it probably is dragging a little bit, so he probably hears it. But there's Tyler Gibbs, I believe.
Well, and here,
look at the rear end. Yeah, it does look low. So he's got a right rear.
I'm thinking he broke his shocks or something.
Yeah. So that's going to be a rough ride through the desert in that machine. Roccacelli's going to be like, hey, slow down. My back hurts.
Right. All right. Who just came through? I'm not quite sure who it was.
Is that the Kilgore coming out?
Oh, you're correct, Miles.
I would assume.
He did come out of the hot pits. Or Mike McCleary.
Yeah, let's go with Mike McCleary there. Yep, that was him. Sorry.
But he did come out of the hot pits.
Yep.
Kilgore did.
And we see up on the Yukon Ridge right now coming at us another car. And that could be Park or Starrett, it looked like.
There's same exact
cars. So this is race mile number 3. So this is Brandon Kilgore, maybe? These cars are kind of hard to tell apart.
Yes, it is. I mean, the dust, is not only an issue whenever you're trying to pass somebody and they're in front of you, but, they also make your car a little bit more dusty and it's hard to see. Is that Walraven? No.
Yeah, that's 118 Walraven.
Okay.
Yes, you are correct. There's 3 or 4 of them that look very, very similar. But that's Matthew Walraven still clicking along. And speaking about Walraven, we'll see his son Xander Walraven racing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for Ultra4 USA the Youth as Josh Smith comes through as just a visual. And it looks like it was that Parker Starrett gets right in front of him. A little block pass. I like that style. Is that 004 or 04? I can't tell.
Well, we'll know as soon as they cross the line here in just a moment. So they just now went through our start-finish line, and Byron Starrett has gone through, so that would be who it is.
With Josh Smith hot on his heels. Byron Starrett in the stock class, Josh Smith in the open class, and Robbie Gordon, is that him still there? No, Robbie Gordon is out back. So, Josh Smith trying to pass.
This is tricky right here, though. I mean, it's wide, but it comes down into it's the way the ruts are going right there as well. It comes down into a single lane almost.
So that's a great shot of Josh Smith in the open. He can have an aftermarket turbo. He can hop his up. With Starrett in the stock class, it is stock, so no aftermarket turbos or anything. And it looked like that was Corey Willis.
Yes, it was. I believe it's 1793 is his number.
Where are we at here? This may be race mile 19 or so.
I know, you probably have this whole entire course embedded into your mind.
I'm trying, but my mind's a little fried, I promise.
I mean, you guys have been live, since 7:45 this morning or something?
Yeah, yep. And I got a nice little 15-minute break there. It was great. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're very welcome.
As we're back to the Yukon Ridge.
I will be going out into the hot pits after I get done with this, see if I can get some stories on.
Hope to hear some good stuff from you.
Yes, definitely. All right, and that would be
Aaron Lynch. Yes. That's Chris May driving by Aaron Lynch and JT Strickland, clicking off another lap at the race line, start finish.
And Aaron Lynch is one of our contenders for the Zandy Willems Sportsman Award.
As well as Eric Miller, Levi Shirley, and a Chad Hunt will be giving that away tomorrow night. And the National Ultra4 USA banquet there at the Nautical on the island just past the London Bridge. And again, the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship Award is so cool because it's voted on by your peer racers. I have no influence. You have no influence. All the fans, you got to wait and see. It's your fellow racers get a vote who's going in there. And it's just a really cool thing. Obviously, we lost Zandy. He's still heavy in everybody's heart, but great to see. But it sounds like, but remember, you were able to catch up. Pam, you caught up with Aaron Lynch just a day or two ago. So let's see what you had to say last night.
I am here with Aaron Lynch. Aaron Lynch, you're out here racing for Chris May. He's running second in points in the class. But I want to talk to you about you are in the running for the Zandy Willems Sportsman Award.
Yeah.
Give us a thought about that.
I'm kind of speechless, honestly. I just try to help everybody out and do, what I think's good. If someone needs help, I'll give them the shirt right off my back. You know what I mean? That's just, I'm the type of racer that I'd rather beat you in a skill set than try to, not have you have a fighting chance. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Well, quickly then after that, it's awesome that you guys help each other out on track and everything. But speaking of track, what do you think about the course today?
Dude, it's awesome. I'm from East Tennessee, so being in the desert for the first time is kind of really weird. There's no trees. I love it. It's super fast. There is, it's a whole different experience, and I'm enjoying it.
Awesome. Well, we're glad that you're out here and enjoying it because it's going to be a tough race course. So we can't wait to see you out there. Tomorrow's qualifying, but then on Saturday, the Sportsman Award will be given away. So good luck out there.
Thank you.
Well, that's pretty cool, Pam. You were able to catch up with Aaron Lynch last night. And again, I'll reiterate, the way this is decided is it was a group vote. You could nominate somebody and give a briefing. And Alan and Zach went through all those emails, nominations. They weeded it down to whoever got nominated the most, and we weeded it down to 4. So now it's Chad Hunt, Levi Shirley, Eric Miller, and Aaron Lynch. And then there was another vote that went down. It's already done. I still don't know who won, but we will reveal that tomorrow. I don't know if Alan knows or not, if he's keeping secrets, but I want it to stay that because I want it to be a surprise for everybody. And it's going to be something special to give away the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year tomorrow night.
Yes, and speaking with Angie did bring his helmet with us they're not giving away Zandy's helmet, but they are bringing it here with us, and it'll be with all of us at the awards tomorrow night. And it's going to be an emotional night for everybody. I mean, Rufus Racing and all of us will be there, and it's really cool to see the nominees of it. I mean, I caught up with Eric Miller as well, Aaron Lynch, as we just saw, and then also Chad Hunt. I haven't got to catch up with Levi about it to get his thoughts, but it's really, really cool that we are doing this for our second year in a row. But here we do have, let's talk about the top 5. We have Cole Clark in that number 1 spot. Travis Zollinger still in that number 2 spot. Kyle Cheney running for Robert Parker in that 3 spot. Mike Park 4th, and Glenn Young in that 5th position.
Yeah, it's been a great showing of what these UTVs can do. Remember, there's 3 races going on all at the same time. We have the stock, the open, and the modified. And then tonight at 5 p.m., we're going to kick off the Everyman Challenge. There'll be 3 races going on then. Remember, they're racing at the same time, but scored separately. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. So at the end of the game, you're going to have to really do your math to see what's going on. As Travis Zollinger coming down the Brannock Falls as we speak, switching from low to high right there. You saw him back up, so let the transmission release its bind a little bit, puts her in high, and takes off.
I can't wait to see who's actually got past him, though, because he, like I said, he was in second position, very close behind Cole Clark, but he had to change that belt off race course by race mile number 1. So I know Kyle Cheney got by him, Mike Park got by him, but I'm not sure exactly who all. I guess we could look on Racing Tracks.
I was trying to look at that. It's over on your side.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to see how it's all shaking out. So the Optima battery leaderboard on our left of our screen.
All right, let me zoom in on this because I need to see this a little bit closer.
So Travis Zollinger should be about race mile 9.5 or 10 right now. So it does look like Mike Park and Robert Park or Kyle Cheney have gotten around him.
And it looks like Cole Clark's roughly about 15. So it looks like he's about 9.5, roughly mile 9.5.
But Cole Clark has a 3-mile lead over Mike Park and Kyle Cheney. That is incredible.
Well,
Kyle
yes.
Cheney driving for Robert Parker, obviously for the entire season.
All right, so physically out on course, it is Cole Clark, Mike Park, Kyle Cheney, and then Travis Zollinger. Wow. Okay.
And remember, this is a 3-lap race. This is not a timed loop. This is a lap race. So We'll see what happens next time around for Cole Clark. Will be the white flag.
And Miles, I would like to point this out. Dustin Robbins is down here with the little red arrow. So if you guys are watching racing tracks, if their bubble with their number in it has like a red mark at the bottom of it, that usually means that they're either out of the race or they're stopped for quite a while. So Dustin Robbins is down here, and on the racing tracks, that's where his pit is. So I might have to go over there and get some information and find out what happened with Dustin Robbins.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to kick you out of here in just a little bit. I want you to get in the Amsoil hot pits and get us some information.
Yes, I've been out in there all day long talking to drivers and everything. It's actually a lot of fun. I know you do it at King of the Hammers.
Oh, I love it at Hammers, absolutely.
So another little thing, look right here, another red bubble or a yellow bubble with a red underneath it is Paul Wolf's name.
And he's off course a little bit, so did he pull off with a mechanical issue? Needs to change a tire, or what is going on? But I don't know. Tough break for Paul Wolf.
Definitely, because Cole Clark gets about where he's at. So hopefully Paul Wolf gets going again if he is not moving. But right now he is at 0 miles per hour at race mile 14.
And speaking about Paul Wolf, Pam, I am going to kick you out of here, and I want to send you down to the Amsoil hot pits and go see if you can find Chris Hickman and find out what's going on. So, Pam, always a pleasure to have you in here. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Miles.
All right, well, while we have a quick break in the action, we're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be right back after this.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, we take the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Are you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And while we're out, I got a couple updates. Jared gave me the update that Paul Wolf just broke a steering rack, so he is out of the race. And then Casey Shear said that Payne was saying that the skid plate was folding back on Cole Clark. That is a rubber mud flap, basically. So that is A-OK. So thanks for the updates, guys. Always much appreciated. And joining me in the Warren booth is none other than Bob Bauer. How's it going, buddy?
It's going so good I can't stand it. It stays there. Okay. I've been outside all day long. And here's what the best part of the whole deal is. I am covered in dust. That makes me a happy man no matter what we're seeing. And we're seeing some great racing. I flagged off a lot of guys for qualifying today.
Wasn't that cool? I loved so when JT brought the idea up, he called me. He was like, hey, so we were at the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. You were emceeing it. Yeah. And afterwards, you guys were chatting. And he's like, what would you think about being a Grand Marshal? And JT's story was me. He's like, I would love that. But I want to do more than just being the old guy waving a flag. And here you are doing a little bit of everything.
That's the truth. Truth be told, he said he came up with this, Grand Marshal idea. And I said, well, what what does a Grand Marshal do? And sarcastically, I said to myself, nothing, because most of the time I see him sitting around doing nothing. But I kind of want to do stuff, and so I get to wave a flag. I get to talk to kids. I'm a happy man. I get to sit next to Miles Hasselquist, one of my cotton-picking, no doubt about it, double throwdown heroes.
Oh, hey, it means so much coming for you because I'm a fan of yours. So
well,
it's cool that, and we became buddies. We've only known each other for a few years now.
True.
You came out to KOH, and Ryan Thomas introduced us, and we started emailing back and forth. And I was like, this is pretty cool. And then we got to meet at KOH, and I just love our conversations.
Well, maybe we're two prep guys who really understand it. You are such a preparation guy. You shared your notes with me last year before, and they really, really do help. Trouble is, I'm just not smart enough to get it all together like you.
Well, I do my best. One of my other heroes is old Ricky Johnson, and he told me, fake it till you make it. And guess what? I'm still faking it.
Here we are, dude. And I don't think there's a whole lot of fake left in you, Miles. You're going place with this. Ultra4 is not easy to explain to folks because visually, to a guy like me, a lot of them look so much alike. And, I mean, I know cars. I'm not, a total idiot.
Oh, yeah, you understand the mechanicals of it, but it's still so different.
And the longer you look at these things, the more you realize what you're seeing. At first blush, some of them look a little rough. I mean, you got to admit, sometimes they're not aesthetically what you really like
for
to
sure.
have. But then you start looking more carefully, and you see the beef, and you see the braces and the bars, and where things are connected, and different ideas. This one I saw with the front end was like almost totally empty until you saw the shocks and the stuff that was coming up right by the firewall.
Yep.
Everybody has a different approach. This is four-wheeling and racing at its best.
Yeah, I mean, is it a rock crawler going fast, or is it a fast car rock crawling? There's a little bit of both. The blend there is so amazing because you're from Baja, so you're used to the T1 Unlimited trucks and the little bugs and everything. Those won't run here at all. And these cars, I'm not going to say they can beat those cars in the desert, but they can keep up. And then these cars can go through this right here at the Brannock Falls, which an unlimited truck cannot do.
First time I saw a 4400 car on the desert race course was when I was in the race. We were just south of Santa Rita on the way
to the 1,000, huh?
It's a 2017 Baja 1000, the 50th. And it's a lot of whoopee driving along like that. And, we know we're coming down to the last 200 miles, so, everything's in your brain's doing that. And then I see this black dot in the mirror behind us.
You're keeping up with your mirrors because that's part of it.
Well, it really is because we're not driving a rocket ship, so you got to. And there's a black dot starts coming real fast, like a fast mosquito coming right at us. And then we heard it before we saw it, really. And it went by us a 4400 car.
You remember who it was?
Greg Adler, I think.
Okay, awesome. I was going to say, I know Paul Horschel, which is one of the nicer cars we have out here, raced a few years ago and got first in his class. He teamed up with Lauren Healy and was really doing some good things, and it's really cool to see these cars. As Matt Walraven's really struggling at the top of Brannock Falls. And now he's a plug at the top, so it's right rear something. Okay, able to back up. And who's right behind him?
That's interesting. Just let somebody go by.
Is that Corey Willis? Yes, it is. So they're basically their teammates also. So I don't know if they run on the same channel or not. And that's that high side. Remember, this is right where we stood the other day. I took this waterfall, and we talked about that line right there, and we're like, could it happen? It could, but, man, it's so off camber. And you could see him. He was dancing. He was light, but he made it through.
Well, when we were there yesterday or day before, whatever that was.
A couple days ago, it all blends together.
I mean, I saw the left line, and I said, that's got to be a line. But then it wasn't that day until they knocked a few more rocks into a hole, out of a hole, and now it looks like a line.
Yep, it's pretty impressive. So Walraven got whatever figured out, not sure, or if he's still struggling a little bit with some mechanicals, but he's dropped the Brannock Falls, but now he's stuck in that spot. And look at the sheer tension that's on that front suspension of those UTVs, because that's the most fragile part of the UTV is that front spot.
I just can't imagine the forces coming in on that metal. I mean, that metal wants to rip.
Oh, yeah. The ball joints want to rip apart. So Walraven does make it through, so he's still clicking along, but his teammate Corey Willis with PPEI makes a round.
When somebody makes it through something like that, Miles, oftentimes what happens in the desert, and this is more of a desert course than these guys are used to.
Oh, for sure.
Is they don't leave that problem they just had behind them. they take off, and the next 100 yards, they're still thinking about the last 100,
Exactly.
and that's when they whap all, you know.
And, yeah, right out of the Bronco folds right there, you better put her in high side because it really smokes through there. It opens up and really clicks along. So exactly what you're saying. Your mind has to slow down for the rocks, but then you have to remember to speed your mind up and look forward. So it's pretty interesting to see what the different dynamics there actually is out there on course. I absolutely just love it. You know, that's what Ultra4 is all about. The rocks, the desert, the tight canyons. These things can do a little bit of everything and do it all well.
Like a Swiss Army knife.
That's exactly what it is.
Somebody taught me that one.
Heck yeah, buddy. But yeah, these cars are amazing. I love watching them work through the desert. And again, just having you in the studio, I generally appreciate.
Well, I'm tickled to be here. Like I said, because I'm talking with Miles, but to be at this event, being with Ultra4, this is quite an education. I mean, it really is for a desert guy, because these are such capable cars. And
they are.
These owners, you know, they're not like racers. They're four-wheelers. They're family people. They got dogs on leashes. They got kids in wagons. I mean, I don't know whether I'd rather be on a start line or walking through the pits watching Happy.
So you know how I got in my position? Is from walking the pits and hanging out with my friends, and that's exactly what it is. The Ultra4 family, I mean, that's what I would do. I used to help pit crew for a buddy, and every night, every day, you're just walking through and bumping into whoever. They need something. You grab a beer, you grab a burger, and you just make your laps around. And obviously now I've gotten a little busier and busier. I don't make it through the pits quite as often, but I will tonight. I'll sneak away and hang out a little bit tonight.
I don't believe it. Wow.
But yeah, some great racing going on out there. Oh, there's Robbie Gordon. We'll see it. Let's stick with this camera. He's all about the desert, all about the fast. Rocks are a little bit new to him, but he's raced King of the Hammers a few times. And if you guys give this guy the steering wheel, he can drive anything.
Well, I think he's on a fresh belt too. Didn't he just have a belt problem?
I don't think these cars have belts, do they?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He was down there. He was down.
They're doing something. But he dropped it pretty easy. And now what's going on? He's trying to back up. Is he bellied out?
Momentum, Robbie.
Yeah,
Momentum.
he's bellied out a little bit. So there he goes. He makes it through. Okay. So Robbie makes it. Right behind him. Man, it just dropped on me.
You know what occurs to me, Miles, is that this camera, as good as it is, doesn't show how actually steep that is.
Oh, yep.
You know, it's like...
It's a 10-foot wall, and you and I hiked it, and it's I mean, you're on all fours.
Yeah, exactly right. It took all my feet and my paws and everything to get up.
So we go from Robbie Gordon to Max Gordon in the Amsoil Hot Pits. It looks like they're going to do a little fuel strategy. Well, Bob, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the Warren studio. Give me just kind of just a quick blip of your favorite thing you've done this week. Just one instance.
I spent time talking to a kid who wanted to meet me, who wants to get involved in off-road racing. We were able to spend about 10 minutes talking to him, and I helped him understand about volunteering, and he's just at the right age. I learned today that he was down there helping people at the start-finish line, just lifting dirt, moving things, just to help and volunteer.
Just having fun, huh?
And so that's been having my heart spin. His name's John, and he's got that look. He's got that look, Miles. So I know I'm supposed to love race cars and all that stuff, but, man, I love those kids. They're our future.
100% future of the sport. And they'll be racing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Again, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, Mr. Bob Bauer. Always a pleasure. Great talking with you. And we will be back with more racing action right after this.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. I am Miles Hasquis, and joining me once again in the Warren Studios, Mr. Jim Marsden.
Hey Miles, how we doing? What a fantastic day to go racing. What a fantastic place to go racing. Now, I had to step out for a few short minutes, but tell me, what's been happening?
Well, I was talking with Bob, so I don't have a clue what was going on. No, I'm joking. It's been some great racing. We saw Robbie Gordon drop the waterfall, saw Max Gordon in the Amsoil hot pits. We saw Wall Raven struggle a little bit. Corey Willis gets around him, so there's been some stuff going on. Paul Wolf broke a steering rack, so he is out of the race. That's probably the biggest news. And if I don't know if you heard Pam and I talking that we thought a skid plate was folding back on Cole Clark's car. That's not a skid plate. That is a mud flap, so that's supposed to be doing that. Casey Shearer gave me that update. So we were thinking maybe he was going to have an issue. Nope, that's part of the deal.
That's fantastic. Now, give me some news on, when I was leaving earlier, I did notice that Travis Zollinger was parked on the side of the track. Has he managed to get back up and running again?
Yeah, he changed either a belt or whatever, and so I was out too. But yeah, he changed whatever he changed, and he is back and running. But Cole Clark, this is his race to lose, and next time around for Cole will be the white flag, and he's roughly race mile 25. So I'm going to say, does it get easier? Yeah, so he'll be here in about 15 minutes or so probably.
Yeah, but we've also got to pay attention to Robert Parker, a.k.a. Kyle Cheney, because he did start in 12th position on adjusted time, and it does look like he's going to have clear air between him and Cole Clark. Now, these are the two of the fastest guys on the track, that's for sure. And just looking at their position right now on the trackers, it does look like they're both going to have clear air as they work their way round to complete the end of lap 2.
So let's talk about the national championship. Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney, is in second position. Cole Clark is doing well. He's not in the points hunt, so he's going to upset a little bit. But it looks like Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney, is going to win the East, the West, and the Nationals if it stood as it is now. But we still have 40-plus miles of racing.
I was going to say, they're only around about halfway through this race so far.
But it sounds like our own Pam Hall is down in the Amsoil hot pits. She's been running around. She's been in here in the booth with us a little bit, been running around the hot pits, giving us some great information. So I'm excited to see what she has to say and who she's talking to. Pam Hall, what do you got for us? It's your show.
Have fun. I am here with Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker, it's so unfortunate to see you over here in the pits. You've had an amazing season this year. You've had 2 wins. You're 14 years old, as I keep iterating. But Nathan, give us a little bit of a rundown of why you're over here in your pits and not on the race course.
We had a great qualifying. Day's been going good. Cars running good. We started good, had a great pace going. Me and co-driver we just had system going. Everything was going good. And then we got to about race mile marker 7, I think, and then shock broke and cars started folding up. So we pulled off and then just found our way back and limped the car back.
Well, that is very unfortunate. Of course, we always have to say racing happens, and that's exactly what happened today. But looking forward to 2024, I know you're going to be King of the Hammers. You're in the rookie program. Are you looking forward to that?
Absolutely. We're definitely excited to go to King of Hammers. I think this will be my second year out there. We'll have a brand new CT Raceworks car out there, so I've been happy with my car all year, so can't wait to go to King of Hammers and try that out.
Well, you have a huge line of sponsors that help you out. Who gets you out to the race course every time you're out here with us?
Performance East, CT Raceworks for building great cars, Dirty Stripper Chemicals, KMC Wheels, Wheel Pros, I think that's everybody. Can-Am, Kyle and Jeb, Air Dam Clutches, and everybody else that just helps out.
Well, awesome. Nathan Parker, again, I'm so sorry to see you out here, but racing happens. You're an amazing driver. You're showing everybody what you can do. Good luck in 2024.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pam and Nathan Parker. Tough break for that young man at 14 years old. But, hey, that's racing as we switch back to Jason Sushi at the Brannock Falls coming on down. He's got his son Ryder riding shotgun, switching from low to high and getting ready to hit the desert.
Yeah, absolutely. Nathan Parker has a bright future in front of him, but that is our current race leader. That is Cole Clark.
So that puts Cole Clark right around race mile 27. So he is absolutely flat-footing out there. So he's 10 miles out. So I'm going to say, yeah, we're going to be seeing him in the next 10 or 15 minutes because there's no really hard obstacles after this one, but just a lot of fast, flowy. Oh, and there's a shot of Nathan Parker's rig right there in the Amsoil Hot Pits there with Wall Raven and a few others.
Dustin Robbins there.
Dustin Robbins that's out of the race. So
attrition is exactly what we said was going to happen here. This race is about attrition. These are 37-mile lap, and these are tough miles. You've got to be really, really on it. You've got to be holding in. But it's interesting. This race is setting everybody up. This race is burning in the ruts. This race is burning in the lines that these people are going to be traveling later on.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun to watch because now we're going to go to the EMC class later on today. Tomorrow morning we could kick off with the youth, but they'll all be on the qualifying track today. But that course is going to be blown out for when the 4400 actually starts.
Absolutely, and I can't wait for that. But right now it's about the 4900s, and let's talk about the classes inside 4900. So we've got the stock UTV class.
And it's got an OEM chassis. You must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. You must run front body and side plastic. The rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire, 1,000cc maximum engine, and 33-inch tires.
Then the next one is the Pro Modified UTVs. Now, this is the one that we see so many times sitting on the top of the box. Guys like Paul Wolf running in that class, of course. Hydraulic
Kyle
steering.
Cheney.
Yeah, exactly. Aftermarket turbos. They have to have a chassis based on the original OME chassis, but they are allowed both sides, but they got to have the complete plastics, 1,000cc maximum engine, and a maximum of a 35-inch tire.
And then the open class is just what it is. 2,000cc has to, you can build it, dream it, race it, make it happen. And we see a lot of fun cars going into that class as well.
So as the racing continues here, what we're going to do is going to pop back down to Pam, who's down in the pits right now with Dustin Robbins with some more news about what's been happening here today. Pam, it's all yours.
I am here with Dustin Robbins, the number 311, all things UTV. Again, unfortunate to see our racers out here in the pits. This is a tough race course. Give us a little rundown of what happened to your car.
So we had a left-hand turn, but there was a right side. The big drop-off, the big wash was to the right. Come sideways and, saved it, and then we hit a rut and broke the heim joint on the trailing arm.
Well, I see you came in with a tie down on it, a ratchet strap, and we always jokingly say that if we're not finishing races on zip ties, duct tape, and ratchet straps, are you really racing? Is that a correct saying?
I would say today, yes. We had to do a bush fix and made it back to the pit. So.
Well, you're back at the pits. It looks like you're probably going to start getting loaded up, but racing happens, which is very unfortunate. You're okay. That's all that matters. But you saved the car at least. Just had that one thing happen to you.
Yeah, that's right. The course is dialed out there. It's pretty good. A lot of switchbacks, hard on the brakes, hard on the drivetrain, a lot of acceleration bumps, braking bumps. Was a really good prep course by JT and Miles. Everything was great, but racing happens. So, yep.
Exactly. So who all besides All Things UTV gets you out here to the racetrack?
Seth Holmes, Scott Hunt, and All Things UTV. Family back at home. But happy to be here, be a part of it, and we'll come back swinging at King of the Hammers.
You're always up there running strong, and here you are. So unfortunate, but again, we'll see you at King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Pam, and tough break for Dustin Robbins. But, hey, just like it says, racing happens.
I'm getting that put on a T-shirt. That is absolutely fantastic. Pam, thank you for that one. I'm stealing it. Racing happens. That is very cool indeed. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome. This is the 2023 Legends of Havasu, just outside of Havasu Lake City. And what a place this is, Miles.
It's amazing, isn't it? You got in here Wednesday. You've been touring the U.S. for about a week now or so. I've been keeping up with you, done a lot of cool things, but then you make it all the way here to Havasu.
Yeah, well, as you say, touring for a week. I got in on Saturday. I've just crammed in a lot. It sounds like I've been here for a week. But, no,
well, guess
I
what?
love this
Tomorrow's
country.
Saturday, so it's almost a week, so I'm right.
No, I've been working. No, I love this country. It's absolutely fantastic, and I love the racing that you do here. It's incredible. But let's look a little bit about, as we continue to watch this incredible 4900 race, what is going on for the rest of the week, Miles?
There's so much going on. I mean, we have the F1 boat racing that's still going to happen, the IPRA radio, the American Side-by-Side Takeover. We have Brett Michaels tonight, and they're going to have a guest host of Rome from Sublime and Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. And then tomorrow night's Flow Rider. So we got some big music acts yet to come. And then we have a jet ski trick show and some pool parties. So much cool stuff going on.
And on top of that, we have some of the greatest racing ever. Let's not forget at 5 p.m. this afternoon, we have the EMC race, the Everyman Challenge. So what classes are we seeing in that? We're going to be having the Spider Tracks 4600s.
The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
And, of course, we're then going to be seeing the
4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends
4800 Legends class, which will be absolutely fantastic.
And then Kevin Bailey is just tuning in, giving me some split times. Looks like Cole Clark's 2 minutes and 30 seconds ahead of Parker, and then it's 2:35 ahead of Mike Park, 2:36 ahead of Zollinger. So thanks for all of that great updates, Kevin Bailey.
As we continue to watch the action here, some fantastic stuff coming through from our live images. Just trying to see who that is, but our current race leader right now is Cole Clark in that single seat machine. And that is the 904 of Mike Park, who's running currently top 5, having a storming race. And we shouldn't be far off seeing our current race leader, who is Cole Clark, making his way back in to start his third lap very soon.
So Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson still making some dust out here in the desert. And yeah, that's right around that race mile 27 or so. Another great shot of this vast open desert area. 7,500 acres of BLM. The Bureau of Land Management has been extremely great to work with. Sabrina and her whole team has been doing some great things. And there's so much track out here, 37 miles of course, and there's a lot of course markers. We got some wrong ways, some dangers, some arrows. So Pam Hall was checking out the course earlier. Pam, what do you got for us?
All right, guys, we're going to do a little bit of track talk for you at home that don't know what our racers are looking for out on race course. Behind me, we do have an orange arrow, and this is what we're going to talk about right now. It is facing to my right, but what it is doing is that means there is a 90-degree turn coming up. Sometimes out on the course, it'll just be at like a 45-degree angle, meaning it's just a little bit smaller of a turn. And then also, if you see 3 arrows and then 2 arrows and then 1 arrow, that means that is a high-speed section, and you need to make sure that you are definitely checking up. Another important sign out on race course that the racers have to make sure that they are paying attention to is this one right here. It is red. It has a big W on it. It is the wrong way. You do not want to go that direction because we do have VCPs out here. If you go the wrong direction, you're off race course. So this one is one of the crucial ones out here as well that the drivers have to look for. All right, here is one more sign that the drivers want to make sure they're looking out for. It is the danger sign. It's the skull and crossbones with a down arrow. This right here, this will hurt your car. This will hurt you. They have to make sure they're checking up because if not, it can end their race.
Thank you, Pam. That was a great little update to show you what the drivers out there see. And that last little danger was not the Yukon launch, because if you hit that one, you are skying to absolute nowhere. And another special guest I have joining me in the warm studio, Mr. Levi Shirley. How's it going, buddy?
Good, Miles. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing great. We go way back. We go back before I even knew what King of the Hammers was, back in XRRA days. Our first race, we had some issues. I was racing with Paul Beatty, and we blew some fuses, had an electrical issue. Couldn't figure it out. You gave us a tackle box full of fuses. First time I ever met you. What's that? I mean, that's 15 years ago or so.
I believe 2007
Yeah,
is
okay,
when you and I
7.
first
Yep,
met.
that's probably right.
In somewhere in Alabama.
Yeah, Grey Rock, Alabama. That was your first race. If I remember right, you tumbled a good one that one, right?
Yeah, exactly. I got my first car, and I went about 50 feet and DNF'd my very first race. So, yep.
That's all part of it. But anyways, it's always a pleasure having you in here, Levi. Kansas boy out from Dodge City. I'm from Paola, Kansas, south of Kansas City. So we're about 5 hours away from each other, but we go way back, and it's just great to see where the sports came.
Yeah, absolutely. So I started, obviously, rock racing back before King of the Hammers or Ultra4 was even a thing. So, yeah, I get asked this question a lot, like, you being from Kansas, where on earth do you practice? And because it's not typical that a Kansas Flatlander can do anything about rocks or know anything about rocks. So, yeah, and the answer to that is just got to get out there and race.
Yep, you got to get out there. Seat time. And you have that little riverbed. I came out there and played with you one time. That was a good time. So that gives you a little bit of the desert, even though out in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that race, I was beating you until I wasn't.
Until you weren't. That's right. Yeah, that's such a cool race. We are blessed in Dodge City, Kansas with a good riverbed. We have been down there for years. It's the Arkansas River that runs right through Dodge City, and it is dry.
Yep.
For about 80 miles. So it's the closest thing to desert that I have.
Yep, all in good fun. And you've been racing, started XRA, then you've worked your ranks through King of the Hammers and Ultra4. Your dad, Brian's raced King of the Hammers. He's led King of the Hammers a few times. You've done well yourself, multiple podiums, and you're just both the Shirley family is stewards of what Ultra4 USA actually is. And speaking about that, that's why I wanted to bring you in here. You're nominated for the Zandy Williams Sportsman of the Year. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. I know that's got to feel cool.
Yeah, absolutely. This year I have not had the best year racing-wise because we debuted a brand new car this year, and we know a car is not a good car till at least the second year.
For sure.
So we kind of counted this year out, to be honest with you, before the season even started.
And there's Max Gordon dropping down Brauco Falls with Justin Barth right behind him. Keep going.
Yeah, and so we knew we kind of counted ourselves out because we knew it was going to be a testing year. We'll come up, we'll try our best, we'll put in the hours at the shop, and we'll show up and we'll race. And so with that being said, I have got my absolute butt kicked. So to be able to be out there and to be still running and then nominated for this award means the absolute world to me. More than I can possibly explain. Again, you talked about goosebumps. Man, when I saw that I was a finalist for the top 4, that means the world to me. And something that's kind of awkward about that is I myself get to vote.
Yeah. And did you vote for yourself?
No, because that would be a horrible thing to do. It is to win a Sportsman Award doing that.
Yeah, but I'll reiterate that, I can't vote. Jim can't vote. Jared, the producer, can't vote. It is from your peers that put this on. So you have earned the respect from your fellow racers. And to be nominated for that top 4, it's you, yourself, Levi Shirley, Eric Miller, Aaron Lynch, and Chad Hunt. Those are some 4 great individuals. So it's really cool. I wish you would all win, but obviously it's only one. So I'll be honest. I don't care who wins. It's going to be something very special.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I could care less. Like, the trophy is special. Don't get me wrong. Just to hear that I'm a finalist.
Yep, just the nomination
means the world to my peers. I don't care if I ever win another race, whatever. And I've won this award 2 more times, two times previously.
Yep.
Yeah, and
I
so
remember that.
To be able to do that is huge. So.
Yep. And look on screen at the Yukon Ridge. That is Cole Clark, our physical race leader. Next time around on this lap here in about 2 minutes, he will be grabbing the white flag. But to me, it looks like he's a little bit off pace. Is he saving the car, or does he have an issue? I guess we'll see if he pulls in the Amsoil hot pits. But Cole Clark, our physical race leader, is pulling in for one more lap to go. And it looks like he may have had a spare tire. Was it falling off, or do you have to change it? There's Nathan Seiler dropping down the Brannock Falls.
Cole Clark coming in on that definitely was lacking a little bit of pace from what we've been watching all day.
Oh, yeah, because he's never one to slouch. So is it strategy, or does he have an issue? I'm going to say he has a little bit of an issue.
Look at that spare tire. It is falling off as we speak.
So did he have a flat out on course, or is that thing just bouncing around about to fall off? We'll see, but I assume he'll be pulling into the Amsoil hot pits here very shortly. So the white flag will be out, heading out for his third and final lap here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA. So the white flag is out. One more 37-mile lap for Cole Clark. Let's see if he dives into the Amsoil hot pits. We can pit on either side right through here. And yes, he does. So let's stick with this drone shot for a little bit and see what's going on. I assume they're going to address the rear tire as he's pulling into the Jimmy's Army. I'm sure Cade Rod's down there. Randy. Oh, the window net's coming open. That's never a good sign. Is he coming out? Yes. Cole Clark, our physical race leader, out of the car. What is going on? This is a huge, huge thing right now. And, man, it doesn't look like he's in a huge, huge hurry. They're definitely looking at the rear of the car, but did Cole Clark maybe take a tumble? He's hurt? I don't know. Speculation. But the helmet's coming off. This does not look good for Cole Clark. This is an absolute heartbreaker. Levi, you've been here doing well, and then what are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, we've all been here leading races and ended up having to climb out of the car. It is literally the worst feeling in the world. At this point, you're exhausted mentally, you're exhausted physically. Cole is not one to slouch. He is and has been pushing it.
Oh, you can just tell his body language. He is absolutely devastated. Does it look like the rear end broke off the car? It did. Look, yep. There's about a foot gap right where the spare tire is. So the rear of the car has physically broke. So did he go for a pretty good tumble and land? I don't know, but the rear end of his car is broken off. Missing a jack. Oh, man, what a tough break. And this goes back to safety reasons that, a car is always good for, well, hopefully good for at least one good wreck. But, oh, what a heartbreaker for Cade Rod. I'm sure Pam, there she is. I see her. She's there in the Amsoil hot pit. So we'll hopefully get an update with him. Let him, kind of catch his breath and get his cool back to him. But, oh, what a tough break for Cole Clark. So, man, just a tough break. Who is in second out there? It's still Kyle Cheney, and Kyle Cheney's still at race mile. So 4-mile lead, a 4-mile-plus lead by Cole Clark. What a heartbreaker out there. But, hey, to finish first you must finish. Well, it's always a pleasure, Levi. Always fun having you in here. Always good to see you. It's been great. Good luck. You're racing the 4400 event tomorrow, kicking off at 10 a.m. PST. Give me just a 30-second blip on tomorrow's race.
Yeah, so tomorrow's race is going to be 4 37-mile laps. It is going to be absolutely brutal. There is absolutely no break. You do not get to slouch in the car for a split second. There are big rocks that are just looking to tear the car off at, the front tires off at any moment. And so it is going to be a race of attrition tomorrow. And so I sure hope that I can get the car across the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. Is I think the attrition is going to be very, very high. So best of luck tomorrow, Levi. I hope you have a great effort. You got your co-driver Corey in there, and we'll see how it shakes out. And then hopefully, I'm excited to see you tomorrow night at the Make one as well.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you for having me in here.
All right, Levi, always a pleasure. We're going to kick you out of here and throw it down to Pam Hall in the Amsoil hot pits.
Cole Clark, unfortunately, in the hot pits, and you are not going to be going back out. Cole Clark, give us a little bit of rundown because you are our race leader. You're still our race leader right now, but here you are in the hot pits.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. The car decided to break in half. I couldn't drive it till the wheels fall off, so the back end decided to pack itself up. So,
I mean, at one point you had a 3-mile-plus lead. You obviously, again, still have the lead right now, but here we are ending the season this way. It's not how you want to do it. I can see it, the look on your face and everything, but you up until now.
Yeah, it's been all right. It's just been more stuff like this, like popped a motor several times in the lead this year, and then like something like this just really sucks, but it is what it is.
So let's move on to this 2024 season. What is your plans?
Cut out for me, so I guess I'll tear the car down and get ready for KOH at this point. But yeah, I'm just happy to be out of the car now. So.
Well, Cole Clark, so sorry to see you out here because you were having an amazing race going out here. What did you think about the race course?
It was awesome. I was having so much fun. I was laughing, I had clean. I did not think this was going to happen to me. I had a really good car coming in here, and I mean, how do you prep for that? No. I do everything I can. I work as hard as I can, spend so much time away from my family so I can come do this, and for this to happen is very disappointing.
Well, we'll let you get back to your pit. So we were rolling up to say hi to see what was going on, and here you are. So I'm so sorry about that. Again, all of us are, but we'll see you in the 2024 year.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam, and tough break for Cole Clark. But look at this. Our new physical race leader, Kyle Cheney, driving for Robert Parker, is in here. And they're checking out the front end, looking like they're doing a little fuel and go. And now we are going to have a new race leader heading out for his third and a final lap. Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker.
Yeah, Kyle Cheney going back onto the course now. Now, strategy, Miles. He's going out onto his third lap. He started in 12th position. He's now physically in first.
So he just needs to be calm, cool, and collected, but still run strong. But 37 more miles, and he could lock down the East, the West, and he's already the East and Western champion. Can he lock down the national championship for his great friend, Robert Parker? Wow, Kyle Cheney, the ghost, is doing some great things.
Absolutely. But let's not forget what he said in his interview a little bit earlier. He had 0 sleep the other night. Now we know this man is super fit. He is an athlete at the highest level of his game. But is that going to start to play a problem when he gets out there into this third lap?
I think adrenaline is going to kick in. Could it? Sure, but I think he's in the zone. I think Kyle Cheney has what it takes.
Could not agree with you more.
But yeah, so now
we have to play that.
Oh, 100%. But now our physical race leader, adjusted time, everything else, Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker. Is looking good for this man.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Levi Shirley in here. He had a kind of that vibe and that buzz about him that I haven't seen for some time. And you know when you just talk to someone and they just, they almost exude confidence and sort of happiness, and the way that his body language, I'm really excited to see him on the course tomorrow.
So we were covering the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year Award, and then you were over there chatting with him after he left about his car. I should have asked that question, but we were in a different little zone. What was he saying about his new car?
Hey, who's saying, he's been chasing demons, and as you do with all new cars, new car blues.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been making significant changes to this vehicle, and he just said, this is the first time I actually feel I'm in a race car. This is the first time I actually feel it handles, it actually feels that it goes, as we watch Jake Versey there coming on screen. And he said, you know what? It's the first time I've actually been able to put it on course and actually attack. He said, and I love it. He said, I cannot wait to get on course tomorrow and see what it will do. So fingers crossed that Levi has a great race tomorrow. He has such a wonderful, rich history. I mean, it's hard to believe. I mean, he's still such a young man, and yet he's been racing for, seeming like for
Yes,
forever.
that's 07
exactly.
in rock racing.
Incredible.
I know he did some roundy round back in the early days as well. So he's sneaking up on 20 years. Well, yeah, about 15, 17 years.
Yeah, he came over to Europe back in 2014, and we had some fantastic battles out there. Really did.
And didn't he beat you? He was the champion that one year, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No,
I got to scratch you every little chance I get, buddy.
Good. Yes, absolutely fine. No, me and him were backwards and forwards, and he beat us to win the European Championship that year, and he deserved it. He was absolutely a man on a mission.
So I think we're about an hour away from the checker flag flying. We'll see how it shakes out. And we are going to postpone the start till right around 5 o'clock. That's what I heard on the Rugged Radio. So I believe EMC will start at 5 p.m.
Yeah, and let's not forget, in ENC we have 3 classes racing. We have the Spider Tracks 4600 stock class. Then we have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Then we have the Brannick 4800 Legends class. So many amazing cars, so many incredible drivers. Can't wait to see them out on track. But the big news, of course, is Jeremy Doc Jones is going to be our pole sitter for that race. And let's not forget, we got 2 of the heaviest hitters right at the back. In fact, I say Doc Jones, was it Brett Harrell? Sorry,
Woody and Ryan Taylor.
Yeah, but
we got some heavy
hitters. I'm making
hitters.
a mistake there. I was saying Doc Jones. I got to think it was Brent Harrell actually.
Yeah. Jeremy Jones had a good run.
Yeah, he did. Yep. But Brent Harrell came in and is the pole sitter. So
there goes Brandon Kilgore with Kilgore Motorsports, part of the Pro Modified. Lauren Healy checking in, making sure everything's running smooth. He's asking about the EMC start. 5 p.m. will be the new official start for the Everyman Challenge.
There's still a lot of great racing here going on in the 4900 class as we watch our physical race leader. This is Robert Parker, and racing for him is Kyle Cheney. And as Miles has already said, he has won the West Coast Series, he's won the East Coast Series, and it's looking, if he can hold this together, that he will take the National Points Championship as well, as we watch Josh Smith coming into screen.
And speaking about National Championship, as long as Josh Smith can have a smooth run, he will lock down the Open class as well. So there's our leader, our National Championship leader for the Open class.
Now, this is interesting. Josh Smith is working with Levi Shirley, and they share a co-driver in Corey. Now, I'm just suggesting here, will they be out there with lead nav? Will they be out there, marking down on their navigation systems, rocks, movements?
I don't know why you wouldn't, yeah.
Exactly.
Updating your notes?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just thinking this could be actually really advantageous for Levi. And I'm sure there are other 4400 class cars that are going to be doing similar things and trade-offs with 4900 class and even EMC class drivers.
Oh, for sure, yeah. John Dykus is in the passenger seat for multiple classes, so he's doing the same as well. We'll see him up next with Steve Graff, and then with Joe Gatlin later on.
Fantastic views of our pits there. And we are literally just outside of Havasu Lake City.
Yeah, just about 10 miles on the Parker side of Lake Havasu. It's a beautiful area. We're here at the Standard Wash OHV. There's 7,500 acres out here of open land. We've been working closely with the Bureau of Land Management, bringing everything together. Sabrina and her entire team has been working side by side with Ultra4 USA. We've got a great relationship, and so far this race this year has been amazing. We can't wait to do it all over again next year.
So if you're following the race at home and you want to check out the tracker, why not travel across to racingtracks.com. So it's racing and then tracks, spelled TRAX.com. You'll be able to pick up all of the tracker information and see exactly where all your favorites are on track right now.
And there is Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson. So he's moved into fourth position on adjusted time. But, man, he's ahead of Travis Zollinger, so we'll see how that all shakes out. But Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson have a good run going.
Yeah, and it sounds like we've got Pam Halls down in the pits, and she's got more information. She's getting quite good at this, So, Pam, what have you got for us?
I am here with Cade Rod. Cade Rod, you're normally in our 4400 Unlimited class. Today you raced in the UTV. Great seat time and a great pre-run for you. How did it go for you out there? Unfortunately, you're out here in the hot pits, but how did it go for you?
Actually, it went really well. I mean, we really wanted to utilize it to just get as much time on the track as we could so we could be dialed in the 44. I mean, it helped a ton in qualifying because there was the blind section that people did the day before, so I was able to go out in the UTV before and actually run that. So I had a little leg up there. And we got to run, but, the car was down on power right off the line, so we tried to sort some things out. We were battling just to get the one lap in, but one extra lap, it could make all the difference of, just course evolution of just the amount of the front runners that ran through and chewed up so much stuff in one lap. I can only imagine what it is in 3 laps and then after the EMC. So it really puts into perspective what the course is going to look like and how the lines are evolving. And we're just going to, take what we learned and go work on the 4400 car, get it perfect as we can anyways, and then put it to the test tomorrow and lay it all out there.
Well, last race of the season, what is your plans for 2024?
We don't know. We're going to be here. We're going to be racing. We're not quitters. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep racing. We love this. We don't like doing anything else. We don't golf. We don't play sports. We're not hobbyists in anything else. So we like to go out and we like to race cars. We like to build shit and break it. So.
Well, this is your sport.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what we like to do. We don't really do anything else. So we'll be here.
Well, it's awesome to see you here. Unfortunate in here, but we'll see you race tomorrow in the 4400 Unlimited class, so we'll see you again.
Absolutely. Look for the one out front. That'll be me.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you, Cade Rod. Now, This is a young man with some serious talent. We've seen him come up through the limited classes into the unlimited, and just see what he did today. It was incredible.
Oh, that run he had was absolutely insane. He was smoking fast. We were talking about Paul Wolf's time of 1:53, and he threw down 1:45. I mean, what an incredible qualifying run earlier today in the 4400 car by Cade Rod. So he's sitting in that pole position with that clean air tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. PST.
Oh, he's sitting in second place.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
But it took a two-time king and somebody who's just built a brand new car to come out here and do something special. And let's face it, in the history of our sport, there are two people who really do qualify at the top end. Jason Shearer and Lauren Healy.
Yeah.
And it took Lauren Healy to pull out something very, very special to beat Cade Rod today.
So both of them are in single-seat IFS cars out front, so we're talking navigation. We'll see how that plays out. But, yeah, you're right. I forgot. He sat up front for the entire time until the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. And tomorrow is going to be really interesting as well. They're going to be doing 4 37-mile laps, so fueling is going to come into play for most normal cars. Some of the Hammers cars, the specialist cars like Bailey Campbell,
I was going to say Bailey and probably Paul Horschel.
Exactly. They'll probably be able to run this without having to
stop.
refuel. But a lot of the guys out there, they are going to have to take fuel, and that's going to become part of the strategy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren Healy's in his typical short course setup car. It's a single seat, so we'll see. Like you're saying, I think he will have to probably stop halfway through to top off with some fuel. But there's Gomez Brothers Racing in the background. We have all three. We have 3 of the 4 Gomez. Marcos had to stay back and keep the business running while the rest of them go out and play.
Well, someone's got to earn the money, Miles. But we are here right now, just outside of Lake Havasu City.
And what a great showing it has been.
It is indeed. We're into the 3rd and final lap of this race. And right now, it's all about Kyle Cheney, who's bursting into the lead. And in second place, it is Mike Park. They are the only 2 vehicles currently on lap 3. As we watch another car coming in now, making their way towards the finish line. And this could be our 3rd vehicle about to start lap 3.
And if you go to racingtracks.com with an X, trackswithanx.com, you can say who's on the which lap. So orange is first lap, yellow is second lap, and now green is their 3rd and final lap. So you can kind of keep up with your favorite racer. You can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for our split times and whatnot.
Yeah, and if you see a small red mark at the bottom of the round circle, that denotes the fact that they have stopped. So their tracker has stopped pinging. Just keep an eye on it. Sometimes it takes a couple of moments for it to actually pick back up again, but invariably it usually means that the vehicle is stopped.
White flag out is for the rest of the field, and there goes Tyler Rimreed, Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador himself. Running strong.
Yeah, so Tyler Rimreed is the 3rd vehicle to have now started the 3rd lap. And that just goes to show how difficult and how tough this course is.
On timing, I see he's the 5th vehicle that started.
Yeah, it does say that.
So obviously Cole Clark is out. Robert Parker, we've seen Kyle Cheney come through. We've seen Mike Park, Rimreed. Zollinger, he obviously did come through.
Well, I'm not showing Zollinger. Let me have a look-see. Okay.
On lap 2 of 3. So Zollinger getting a little mixed information. We'll follow back on that. But Cole Clark obviously out of the race in the Amsoil Hot Pits. Hate to see that for him. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mr. Jim Marsden. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And there's a newcomer, Glenn Young, heading out for another lap.
Yeah.
So for him to be new to our sport in the top 4 right now, very, very impressive.
Yeah, Glenn's doing a great job there, and he will be our 4th vehicle working out onto lap 3. Now, I'm going to bring you more on this Travis Zollinger story as soon as I have it. I'm just checking the tracker at the moment. It's showing as being on lap 2, but it would make sense if he was on lap 3. So as soon as I got information on that from Race Ops, we will let you know.
So, Jim, we were just talking about Lauren Healy and fuel consumption on what that. Well, obviously he's tuning in because he says he has an auxiliary fuel cell. He's got more capacity than anybody. Gives me a little wink face. So he's not scared. He thinks he's going to make 4 laps. So thanks for the update, buddy, and I just love it. So
That's
Corey
awesome.
Willis, quick in and out. Oh, no, he flipped over again.
Yeah.
So Eric Yates, same spot, same thing, a little bit of different angle, but Eric Yates having a rough time there down at the Bronco Falls. I'm trying not to laugh at him. I'm hoping I'm laughing with him.
I'm sure he feels that way right now, Miles.
And I think we have another rugged replay, and here it goes. Let's see what happens with Eric Yates. He drops down once again. And, yeah, he's just too far going right into that big rock. Stands her up on the nose, turns it over, and up and over he goes. It is a slow ride, but he lost his light bar, that's for sure. So thanks again, Rugged, for that.
Yeah, I think he needs to have a word with his left foot there. Seems to be far too much on the brake pedal for my liking.
So there's a shot of Glenn Young as he was heading out towards the desert, and we're back into the the Brannock Falls. As Eric Yates is going to get him recovered. Abe Gonzalez is down there helping out. Oh, he got some help also. Okay, so I am getting an update. Travis Zollinger is on the current lead lap. So had a little mixed information. I apologize, but got on the Rugged Radio and got with Race Ops. And Travis Zollinger is in that 3rd position in Pro Mod. So right now it's Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker, then Corey Willis, then Travis Zollinger, then Mike Park, Glenn Young, then Tyler Rimreed, the top 6. So
Just look at that view there, Miles. It's absolutely fantastic.
And that is Tyler Rimreed hitting right around race mile number 1. And look at that wide open, vast desert here at the Standard Wash area. 7,500 acres of OHV land. So again, if you want to team up with Tread Lightly or the Havasu Side-by-Side Trail Association, please do, because they're a huge advocate of what keeps this keeps this area public. You know, working closely with the BLM and all that. So thanks again for those 2 companies.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Now, Pam Hall is back down in the pits, and she's got some more information for us. Pam, what have you got?
I'm here with Todd Rimreed, Tyler Rimreed's dad. He just went through. He's running in that number 4 spot. Made a switch to Can-Am here recently, and now he's out here running in this number 4 spot. How are you feeling right now?
I tell you what, as a father, is so nerve-wracking and exciting at the same time, because I'm a racer too, raced at Disney. But yeah, he's really killing it out there. He started in 10th position, had a cracked differential in qualifying, like an egg, just dripping out. And so thanks to the crew, put it all back together. And so we're just hoping he can keep the car together and bring it home on the podium.
And talking about that, you came over and you guys had told me, I saw a picture of it and everything. I mean, between getting that switch during quality, didn't have much time.
No, not a lot of time, but we came ready. We got a lot of tires. The guys have been practicing. If he comes in with the flat, we're going to touch the car first and then fuel later, just trying to keep, a good plan of attack. So, yeah, we're excited. He's on his last lap, so hopefully he can just keep the car on the track, and hopefully one of the guys in front of him, because all 3 pro mods are in front of him. So in class, he's still in 4th. So somebody needs to have a bad day so as to get on the podium.
Well, let's talk about Tyler for just a moment. I mean, he's not only out here racing with Ultra4 USA, he races in Nitro Cross. We just finished up our Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship Series. He raced in the Champ Series. He's done Circle Track this year. He's went into a Pro Light. I mean, all kinds of stuff. I know there's big plans for the next season as well, stepping up into a new truck, I believe, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. This is our 3rd year racing, kind of been full throttle. I guess it's kind of addictive, but we're going to try to focus our energy next year. We got Kyle Greaves' Pro Light truck. we're excited to be in that, and we're going to run the Can-Am Turbo. So we've made the switch from Polaris to Turbo. It's been an amazing change. He's just so natural. He started off in the Nitro Cross in a Can-Am, did well. He's leading the points in Nitro Cross. So we're going to be here in Phoenix coming up next in the Nitro Cross, and so we're just a lot of good things coming for Tyler, and we're going to focus the Pro Tour, especially on what he can do in the Can-Am.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you get back to this because I know that we're getting ready to take the checkered flag and keep those nerves on end, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Pam, for the interview.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we'll see him up there on the podium. Hopefully nothing, drivers, but hopefully we'll see him up there.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Pam. So good to hear there from Todd Remereed. Now we've got a special guest who's joining us in the booth right now. It's none other than Greg Mulkey from Raceline Wheels. How are we doing, Greg?
I'll tell you, what a race out here in the middle of Havasu. I'll tell you, we had such a great week out here. I've traveled through this place so many times in my life to different desert races and never realized just how much stuff goes on here.
Oh, look, we've got a Speed UTV stop there. Now, is that Max or is that Robbie? Just trying to have a look there.
I see him moving. He's trying to move.
Just kind of catching up. That is Max Gordon in the 777 car, getting himself back on track. So what do you think of this race course? How cool is it to have Ultra4 out here?
A lot of the guys have been just telling me they've just been having such a good time.
Here we go. Got a rugged replay here of Max. Looks like he's all over the back end of this car. Makes the pass. Oh, he just
looks like the back end hit down pretty hard when he got down the bottom on that hill there.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. We see him get going again. Thank you for the rugged replay there. But he pulls over for another stop. So tough break there. But Greg, talk to me about this. I mean, you've been around Ultra4 racing for a great many years now. What is it that keeps bringing you back here?
The love of racing, just like all of us. But, when the sport gets to a level like it's gotten right now, and with the Reveniti family and with MOE and everything coming in here, it's just a whole nother level that we're fixing to see come on board. And so I'm kind of excited about all this stuff. And, we have over 50 4,400 cars today.
I know, it's absolutely
astonishing.
astonishing.
4,400.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. I kind of feel sorry for JT a little bit because he's got his hands full with all the race cars that come out to do this race. And you got several points championships that are coming down to this race. I mean, people have to give up races that they won because they won the double points races to finish good here to win championships. It's really a lot of talk going on. And then the course, 36 miles.
37 miles.
So I don't know that that's probably the second longest course that we get to race, don't we? In
it is indeed.
So I hear several of the guys going, yeah, we can stretch our wings out on here. But, man, JT's got some really tight turns down in here. And you just can't barrel off in some of this stuff out here.
Absolutely. So. But let's talk about evolution. I mean, obviously, you guys make wheels, and we've seen the evolution of the Rock Sports and of us, obviously, Ultra4. So, I mean, what changes have you made to your product lines over the years to bring us better product for this type of racing?
Well, everything has kind of gotten a basic recipe now because everybody's been doing it for a while. And so all the little things that happen now are really fine things that we do in the heat treating processes and the material processes. And then we changed some things up on the new Rhino wheel that we've introduced, and there's a lot of guys here running it. And it has ribs and stuff in it to keep the shock of the wheel from bending all the wheels up so bad that they do out here because they have old poop moments all the time. And so that takes out the wheels. There's some big rocks out here. I mean, they're tire and wheel killers. And so we want to make sure that the wheel holds up well enough that they can make it through most of that stuff. But we don't want the wheels to break off where they can't race no more. And it's just a fine line. And so now it's all got down to just little nitty-gritty things that you try to do to make the recipe that everybody's kind of been doing it. I mean, a 17-inch wheel can only be built one way, And so you start paying attention to the little things that make a difference. And so we have. And then our new forged wheels, they put a bunch of time and effort into those, and we're having really great success with that too. So, and Raceline has just gone, we're building wheels for everything now.
Yeah, it's absolutely
incredible. So your car trailers, your UTVs, the wife's grocery getter, the kid's college car, we got something for you. It's racelinewheels.com.
Fantastic.
So,
we do. One of my favorite things that you've been doing recently is actually making alloy wheels that look like steel wheels for the Class 11 vehicles.
Isn't that something?
That is something
else. That's the mobile wagon division that they come up with this year. And the Class 11 is such a cool class. When you see those bugs roll out on the course, it's not as exciting as this, but it's old school buggies, the VW bugs that we always seen when we were in school doing it. So
look
the
at
class
this.
11 was good. That's Robbie's.
Yeah, this is. I do believe that. Is that Robbie?
It's one
Trying
of
to
the
work
speed
out.
rigs.
Yeah, it's one of the speed rigs. I'm trying to work out if that is. Yeah, if it's
Not
a
right
777 or a 777, but he's taking on fuel. Now, we saw Robbie taking on fuel earlier, so
Here we
my
go.
guess would be that this might be... No, that is
17.
777. So that is Robbie again. That's very interesting.
Fuel again, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he may have a heavy foot today.
I was going to say, he's got a very heavy foot today, that's for sure. But that's the second time we've seen him taking fuel, so very interesting. Maybe they got a damaged tank or something.
And
We
this
can
is
only
2
guess
laps.
at this rate. He's
No,
only
3 laps.
Yeah, it's 3-lap race, but I think I'd have to check my tracker to see where he is.
Yeah.
Second time he's gassed up, that is for sure. And just looking here to see if I can
And
see
it
where
looks like
he
they're
is.
still doing about an hour a lap.
But anybody can go to racingtracks.com, check out the tracker, and be able to follow what's going on. 77. So this is the start of Robbie's 3rd lap. So he is fueling again. So he's actually taken fuel on both laps so far, which is quite interesting.
That's great to see Robbie out here. I mean, that's how you see that other people in the industry are seeing the level that this is rising up to out here with this Ultra4 USA stuff. And so getting guys like Robbie to come back out here and racing the UTV, you watch. Next time he'll be building another Ultra4 car and trying it again like he did at KOH.
Well, wouldn't that be cool to see him
Oh,
out there
man.
again?
Him and his son both. I mean, they're both pretty bad motor scooters.
Oh, they
Kid's
are
been
indeed.
racing
Well,
great
let's
in the
not forget
desert.
that Max Gordon has just come back in off of the win at the Nora 500. And, it was a big class of vehicles. So it's great to see them out here and great to see them showing us their skills and their vehicles. So what's next for Raceline? What's coming down the road for you guys?
My season is kind of coming to an end for this year, but it really never comes to an end because you got to go back and get ready for the next year. And 2024 is just like a door knock away. And so we're already starting to get prepared and doing things with Ultra4 for next year. And so it's going to be a good year next year. I'm really looking forward to it. The economy is a little spooky, but race car guys and race car fans, they come out and go to the races.
Absolutely.
And
This
so
is
I'm excited.
This is our therapy. This is how we get through those bad times. We come racing and we hang out with our mates and we have the best time ever, putting it all out on the track. Well, Greg, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth.
Absolutely, man.
Thank
you
you
guys
for all
keep it up. And I love how you guys are getting it out to everybody because more and more people are checking it out, and it's really working. So just keep up the great work, man. Anything that Raceline can do, we're here.
No, well, thank you so much.
RacelineWheels.com.
It's
Get in
having
there.
supporters like you that make our life so much easier.
Yeah.
And thank you for what you do for the races. So,
We
Greg
appreciate
Monkey,
y'all have a great deal.
no worries.
Good day.
Thank you very
You
much,
bet,
sir.
guys.
Right, and the racing continues here in the 4900 race. And right now, it's all about Kyle Cheney, our current race leader. As Miles joins me back in the booth once again.
And that looks like Byron Starrett pulling in. Looks like he had a right rear flat tire. Getting that Harbor Freight Badland Jacks to work.
I'm not sure that he needs that adjustable.
No, he doesn't need that much lift kit on it.
Exactly. I think someone's got their jack adjusted for their 4400 car, not
Exactly,
for their 4900
yep.
car.
So let's go back to the Optima Batteries leaderboard. It's Mike Park in that 4th spot, Travis Ollinger in 3rd, Corey Willis now in 2nd. Wow! And it's still Kyle Cheney driven by Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker in that 1st spot. Cole Clark obviously is in 1st, but that's on a just time. He's still in the pits. We know that, so we dropped him off the list. But he does get finishing points because he did make 2 out of 3 laps.
Yeah, we're still trying to work out a few different things. While you were out of the booth, we've just seen Robbie Gordon come across to start his 3rd lap.
Nice.
Yeah,
I assume he stopped for fuel again?
Yeah, he did, which I find really interesting. Are they running a prototype small tank
Well,
maybe?
it's a stock machine.
Yeah.
It's as stock as you can get, so obviously they're just playing it safe.
Yeah, that's possible. Well, yes, you've got to think about that because if you're not doing 37 miles, you're actually doing 74. So if your tank isn't big enough to do 74 miles, you need to stop.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. And it's wide open the entire time. It's Josh Smith, who it looks like is going to lock down the national championship for the open class. So Josh Smith and Corey Nasso heading out for their 3rd and a final lap. So it's 3:30. I'm going to guess they're going to close. They're going to probably close the race line, start-finish line for people to be able to go out on their 3rd lap, probably in another half hour or less. So, again, that's just my guess, but I assume they'll be closing the start line to not let anybody go out in the next 20, 30 minutes. I'm going to wait to get verify that with race ops. But I've been hearing a little bit of chatter on the rugged radios.
Yeah, that's a really good call, Miles. I'm just trying to work out here who actually has the fastest lap of the race. I think it was Cole Clark with his opening lap with a 1:02. So if you were to say that even if you're the fastest man on track, you're going to need around about a 1:03 to be able to get around this final lap, bearing in mind the course is cutting up, etc., etc. They've got to start thinking about shutting that course down very soon indeed.
Yeah, so Cole Clark, tough break for him, leading the entire race. But, hey, he's still going to get a check for being the fastest lap out here. They're doing a fastest lap for the UTVs and the fastest lap for the big cars. So Cole Clark looks like he'll probably take home a little bit of change with him.
I'm very excited to see what the speed difference is going to be between the UTVs and the 4400 class cars. I mean, we saw an amazing thing this year at King of the Hammers where, oh, there we go, that's Robbie Gordon again, bursting back out onto track and starting his third lap.
That's really cool to see him out here racing with Ultra4 USA. Again, there's a lot of lovers and a lot of haters on old Robbie Gordon, but he's out there getting it done, and he's racing with us here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. So we're going to give a huge shout-out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Speed Sport, Project X Off-Road, Rugged Radios,
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries and Warn Industries, the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers and Fun Haver Off-Road,
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wayland. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. So next time you're building a mall crawler, a race car, or even just your tow rig, go to these companies and show the same love that they're showing us.
Yeah, just looking on my tracker at the moment, Miles, and there's a veritable sea of green as multiple vehicles cross the line to start their third lap. That's great news.
Yeah, we were wondering, JT and I have been out here for over 2 weeks now, and we were, just building course. What's the time frame going to be? We just don't know. We guessed around that hour mark. We nailed it. That was fairly lucky. I'm not going to be, I'll be honest. But, man, it's just, then they started pre-running. They were having issues in the waterfall. We're like, wow, what is going to happen? Oh, there he goes. There's Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May heading out. So it looks like it's going to be between Byron Sterrett and Chris May. So Byron Sterrett's already out there. So Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch, is right behind him. So this is for the national championship in the stock class. How far back is Cody Willenborg or Brian Hamby? So right now it's between Byron Sterrett and Chris May, who are both out on their third lap. So it's just going to depend on who finishes better.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, let's not forget Nathan Parker was laying it down in the stock class earlier.
Tough break.
Oh, tough break for that young man. But you know what? He's 14 years of age. He'll come back, and he'll come back stronger.
Absolutely. So right now in the Pro Modified class, it's Robert Parker driven by Kyle Cheney out front. Travis Zollinger is still in the mix, and then Corey Willis. So those three are all in contention for the national championship. So it's going to be whoever finishes up front. And right now it's definitely Robert Parker, then Corey Willis, and Travis Zollinger. That's my personal guess, but I think that's how it's going to end up for the national championship if they can keep it together on this third and final lap. But it's 111 miles to win this race. Insane.
Yeah, I'm just looking here right now, just trying to get an idea on how far ahead Robert Parker, a.k.a. Kyle Cheney, is ahead of the rest of the field. Conservatively, I reckon that he's some 4.5 to 5 miles ahead of the rest of the field.
That is impressive. But remember, Cole Clark was 3 or 4 miles ahead of Cheney as well.
Hey,
so
this is off-road racing, Miles. Anything can happen in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. So Kyle Cheney just needs to keep his head down, keep it running, and see how the cards fall.
Now, interesting. Is this me, or does it look like the wind is starting to disappear?
I would agree with you, but right here it's kind of between two valleys as well, so I do believe the wind is dying down, but also we're kind of between two little valleys right here.
Now, the other interesting factor for the EMC race we're going to see is, of course, they're going to be losing the light as well.
Oh, yeah, they're going to start at 5. It gets dark between 6:30 and 7, so half of their race is going to be in the night. So that's really going to take its toll because the shadows become a lot bigger at night. So they're going to hopefully have their Project X lights light, bright, and shining.
And we were talking about this earlier, the different parts of the industry, how Ultra4 has growthed so many industries. Lighting is one of those, whether it be Rigid, Baja Designs, Nacho, Project X, and of course Laser, and so many others brands out there that this form of motorsport has really forced these guys to produce lights that produce at the highest levels. So it's not just the chassis builders, the wheel manufacturers like Greg Mulkey at Raceline. It's not just the people who build the axles, the shock absorbers. It's absolutely everything. And that's why this has created this multi-million dollar industry. It really is quite incredible.
And there is Byron Starrett, who is fighting for the national championship in the stock class. We'll see if he can pull it together. Part of Team 904 out of Florida. There went Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May, heading out for his third and a final lap. As we got another great shot of the race line start-finish. We are 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City in the Standard Wash OHV area, spanning over 7,500 acres of OHV land. The Bureau of Land Management has worked closely with us to make this all come together. And this is Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA Nationals. This is a do-not-miss event. We have Ultra4 USA going on right now. Tomorrow and Sunday is the F1 boat racing. Tonight's the IPRA rodeo. Off and on all week is the American side-by-side takeover. Tonight is Brett Michaels. Tomorrow night is Flo Rida. Outlaw Drag Racing did get moved down to Yuma, Arizona. And then we still have some VIP pool parties. We have Marcos Gomez doing some jet ski flips in between the F1 boat racing. So there's a little bit of everything. So come on out. We still have some tickets available. It's going to be a great evening tonight and then all day tomorrow. And then Sunday, the boat racing.
Yeah, Mars, it's amazing just how much we're cramming into these few days. Oh, absolutely remarkable stuff there. As we watch the 3947.
That is A.J. Hoover with his sister Leah riding shotgun out of Lakeside, Oregon with Rubber Band Racing.
Moving nicely. It looks like they've just started lap 3, so nice run from them. We had 35 runners and riders. In fact, I think it was 33 runners and riders start earlier today.
Yeah, we had 33 starts, so it's been a great race for sure. So let's give a rundown on Pro Mod, Stock, and Open. So in the Open class, in that first position is Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney. Then Corey Willis, Travis Solinger, Mike Park, Glenn Young, Tyler Rimreed, and then in first place in the Open class is Jake Versey. And then Robbie Gordon in second, Josh Smith in that third. And then in the stock class, it looks like it's Byron Starrett, Mark McCleary, and then Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch. So it's a pretty good battle in all three classes.
Yeah, it is indeed. It always amazes me how closely fought these class battles are in the UTV classes.
The Everyman Challenge race did get pushed back to 5 p.m. Qualifying took a little bit longer than anticipated. The UTV race started a little bit late, so we're going to push everything back. Looks like that's Tyler Rimreed, I believe. Believe that was at the Brannock Falls area, so race mile number 9. As we're going over the Ultra4 USA Village out here in the Standard Wash. Got everybody jammed in here and having some fun.
And there's still so much great racing yet to come. We have the EMC, the Everyman Challenge, starting at 5 p.m. this evening. 3 classes, the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and then, of course, the Brannick 4800 Legends class.
Got another car coming in to click off. Is that Rich Bursch, I believe, with Scott Lesage riding along?
As you said earlier, it's great to see Scott Lesage back out here again.
It's awesome. Again, all guess, but I think here in about the next 10 to 15 minutes, I assume no other competitors will be able to go out on their third lap. So if you're going to try to finish this race, you better be coming quick, as Brandon Kilgore is bombing down. Oh, no! He bombed down and caught that big rock, destroyed the right front of his car. Brandon Kilgore's day is done. He tried to take that high line and misjudged and completely blew the right front up of his car. Tough break there. Hate to see that.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, but just goes to show, just in a split second, your entire race can change.
There's part of the pit guys. There's Hopper Becker fueling up for his buddy Rich Bursch.
You see the refuelers there in full refueling gear.
So again, you can only have one person touching the car at a time unless they're in full fuel gear. So you saw both of them in the correct gearing, so they can touch the car and make sure everything's good. They got the hands up, sending out Rich Bursch and Scott Lesage for their third and a final lap. And man, that car looks pretty clean still.
Yeah, it does. I was just thinking that. It looks like it's been down the pressure washer. Had a clean up there. So Rich Bursch just going out as we was Brandon Kilgore there. Tough break for these guys.
I hate to see that. I saw him diving on the upside, and I was like, oh, boom. And speaking about that, we got a rugged replay we're going to show you right now of Brandon Kilgore taking that high line and catching that big rock, and here it is. So he just kind of looks at it, commits, and then just stuffs the front end, breaks an axle, breaks both ball joints. I'm sure that shock has hurt. Tough break for Brandon Kilgore. Thanks again to Rugged for that replay.
3 wheels on my wagon.
Yeah, he's a 3-wheeler now.
Yeah, now, but this also gives us a problem because our recovery team, they need to be able to get this vehicle out of here and open up that line, and that's exactly what Abe Gonzalez is about to do.
Yep, Abe and Travis Cook are down there making sure everything's running smooth, but he's also on that top line, so right where Travis Cook, our course marshal on the left, there is a line there, so we'll see if we can get Kilgore out of the way in a hurry. But man, yeah, Abe and Cook have had their hands full here at the Brannick Falls. And remember, the Broncos, the Jeeps, and everything have to go down that the next race as well. And it's going to be in the dark for the second, probably the last 2 laps.
If you can't see it, it's not so scary. That's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. So it sounds like Tyler Gibbs is out of the race at race mile 23.9. Racing Tracks, thanks for giving me that update over the Rugged Radios. But Tyler Gibbs, Mitchell Roccacelli are out of the race as well. Attrition is setting in hard and heavy and in a hurry.
It is. I'm just looking now at my race tracker, and I can see our current race leader is Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney, and is making his way up round about race mile 24.
Yeah, what a great run he has got. He won the East, he won the West, and now it looks like he's going to lock down the national championship for Robert Parker. Congratulations to Kyle Cheney and the entire team. It looks like we have another car coming into screen at the Brannick Falls, so hopefully the recovery can kind of take a time out. Looks like that is Matthew Walraven getting ready to drop down, so we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. With a dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. There is Rich Burse and Scott Lesage right there at race mile number 3. Looks like that's Matt Walraven. He is through the Bronco Fall, so he's roughly race mile between 10 and 11 right now in that little valley. It's fast, it's windy. Oh, here's a good shot. He's going to take a hard left, go up in that little hillside. It's a fun little section as we switch back to the Yukon Ridge. Jim, this has been a fun one.
Oh, it's been fantastic, Miles. I'm absolutely loving this. Now, we're just getting to that stage we were talking about earlier where we're going to see cars being refused being allowed out onto that third lap.
And I think we're going to be right around that. I haven't heard an official hard time, but I'm going to guess it's any moment, because we have to start that next race here in about an hour and 5 minutes. So even the fast guys like Cole Clark could only run that 102, an hour to 20 seconds. So we'll see if...
Now, JT Taylor said he will be generous with this, but he also has to be sensible as well, because we have to clear the course. He's allowing this car to go through.
So Jason Sushi heading out for his third and a final lap. But remember, we could probably still have cars out racing on cars and still finish, because they could be at race mile 25 and we're at race mile 0.
Yeah, well, let's not forget we're talking about adjusted time as well. So we're looking at the adjusted time for the first cars. Let's not forget.
For 100 miles an hour right here, and I'm sure that UTV is every bit of 80 or 90. And they're going to kind of wiggle back and forth, and they're actually going to go around the backside of this car.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that might have a rear left-hand flat, to be honest. Just looked a bit funny there.
Sometimes you look a little bit funny, too.
Yeah, I know. It's a problem I live with.
Can't quite tell who that is.
It looks like he has 4 wheels on his wagon, unlike Brandon Kilgore.
Is that Eric Yates?
Maybe
him.
I think it is Eric Yates, yes.
We've seen him tumbled over in the Brannock Falls twice,
well,
but he's able to get it going.
This is redemption, isn't it?
Yeah. And if we can stay with this shot, we're going to follow him on the backside here. We're going to take a right. Yep, you see that flag right here. We're going to take them off into the desert. So this is going to be a tight little technical area. So you're up over 100 miles an hour, then dive back in. Yep, Eric Yates confirmed for sure.
Look at that.
So you kind of wind back and forth through here. And it's a really fun little section. But again, he's been upside down twice and still rocking and rolling. But you're doing 100 miles an hour. Then you come through here. And now you're doing 15 to 20 through these little really – it's getting really rutted out, actually. But it's a fun little section. And it'll take us back to the back section. And so we're not far from the other waterfall at 19.5.
What an awesome piece of terrain we were just looking at there. And there is a car coming up to the waterfall right now. Just trying to catch hold of the number there.
Looked like Roper Merrifield. Yes, it is. Yep, that's part of Ryan Rockhold Racing. That's actually Rockhold's cousin, if I'm not mistaken. His first race with us is at Disney last month, or whatever month it is. Earlier this month, I can't remember.
It all blends into one.
Ooh, he is.
Now, this is interesting.
The steering just caught and he had no choice. He probably had to let go of the wheel because it caught that big rock, and it was going wherever it wanted you to go. So we'll see if he can back up and maybe do a little rear steer and get that front end loose so he can get some turning. So that's right now. He needs to back up and jimmy the steering wheel to turn to the passenger side. Man, it looks like he's still a hard
looking
driver.
like he might have a problem
Yeah,
there.
could have some steering issues with old Roper.
Let's see what he does here. No, it does look like he's back on track again, so
Okay.
that's all good news.
Well, sweet. Glad to see him still rocking and rolling in that Polaris.
It looks like he's running that 35-inch tire, and that puts a lot of pressure on that steering.
Yeah, those Maxes still looking strong. And there is our physical race leader, Robert Parker, and Kyle Cheney driving for him, and number 900. So that's going to put him, what's that, race mile 27, if I remember correctly. So he's 10 miles away from the checkered flag flying here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And if he can hold this together, he locked down the national championship. He's already won the West, already won the East, and it's looking good. So he's going to lock down that national championship. I know Brian Fulcher and the entire Team Momentum team is super excited to see if Kyle Cheney can bring this home for Robert Parker.
Right, looks like we've got two more cars making their way in.
Well, I'll be curious to see if it's a white flag or not. I'm going to guess that Kyle Cheney's close enough that JT will wait for him to come in to run that checkered. And once he finishes, nobody else go back out.
Yeah, that's a very good call there.
Yeah, again, it's a Miles guess, but I assume we'll keep that open for a little bit longer. It'd make it a little easier and cleaner. Okay, getting a correction. Roper is not a cousin. He's just a longtime friend of Rockhold. Thank you, Lindsay, for the update.
Yeah, and it's white flag and back out on course. And I think you're probably right. I think our race director will be looking at where Kyle Cheney is as this vehicle makes its way into the pits. Is this going to be a splash and dash?
Here's the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab of Joe Gould out there. We got Hopper and the pit guys in there jumping in. They've got a busy day on their hands, and I love it. It's all hands on deck, checking everything out, checking the suspension. Oh, there's Justin Barth heading out for another lap. So this is a little dicey for Barth in my because his race starts in 1 hour. I don't know if he's going to make it back in time to start his next race. I think I'd be getting on the radio right now and said, "Hey, pull over, buddy." Oh, wow, this is interesting. He has to have a perfect race so he can come back in. There goes Nathan Tater-Seiler with Tater Sack Racing.
That is quite an interesting call there. When you consider the fact that his race times... Right, hold on. Let's have a dive into this and see if we can find out what is his current pace. I should be able to tell you that. If I look through my scoring...
But Justin Barth is top 5 in national points for the stock UTV class. So I guess he's going for that. We'll see if he can roll the dice and get on in, as we just saw Jake Versey cruising through.
Well, Justin Barth, I can see here, he is lapping at around about 122.
Whoa, so he's going to be back in town at 5:22. The race starts at 5, but hey, I guess he could still start the race. I don't know. That's interesting strategy as we are watching A.J. Hoover and his sister Leah cruising along with Rubber Band Racing in his Kawasaki.
Yeah, and he's currently sitting in 5th in class in UCV stock. So, yes, a very interesting decision. Perhaps he's not aware.
I hope he's talking to his pits there.
And that is A.J. Hoover, as you just said, making his way round. And I'm expecting that they will get the white flag.
Yes,
it is a white flag.
So Kyle Cheney, I'm going to say, is probably another
5 minutes,
5 to 10 minutes away. And once that checkered flag flies, no more UTVs will be heading out.
Now this is interesting because we're currently at.
It is
4
4:02.
So these cars have got to be clear of course And for a race start at 5 p.m.
Not necessarily clear, because they could be at race mile 25, and there's 25 miles of
Very
clear.
true.
So
Yep.
there's a little bit of lenience there. But, yeah, I mean, at that time, they're lap traffic as well. So I think we got enough separation that we're still going to be A-OK. But we got 55-ish, if I'm remembering that right, that are going to be taking the next race. We are at 54 entries for the Everyman Challenge, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. So it looks like the Hoover team is heading back out, in and out of the Amsoil hot pits. What a wonderful day it has been. Again, a huge thank you to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the media, the AOE crew, the Ultra4 USA staff, the racers, the fans, the marketing partners, USAC, and all of our safety crew out on site. Without each and every one of these aspects, we would not be racing here today for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. Rubber Band Racing heading out for their third and a final lap. Don't forget, you can download the MAO app. We have that on Google and on Apple. Make sure you go to AOE.TV and Speedsport.tv. We have the Ultra4 USA and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Make sure to share it, start a watch party. And speaking about Speedsport TV, they are our official broadcast partner. And stay tuned. This will be a 1-hour post-produced special that will be airing very soon on AOE.TV and Speedsport.tv. And that's mainly the 4400 class we dive into.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Got to say a massive shout out to Speed Sport. They really have helped us out, raised the game to the next level, and bringing this amazing sport and taking it to the homes around the world.
Oh, there's Travis Zollinger currently sitting in that third position on adjusted time. We'll see if he can bring it on home. That is an amazing machine. Oh, there's Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May with May Motorsports. I'm sure old Chris May and Raleigh May are tuned in back at home watching their buddy Aaron Lynch, the nominee of the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year, out there helping his buddy Chris May, and he's jamming himself in that big rock. I think I'd take a backup right here because you're going to break an axle or a ball joint at that angle. Yep, there he goes. He's going to work the wheel. Perfect. That is textbook there at the, well, maybe not textbook, but he was doing what he should there at the Bronco Falls.
You've got a different Falls. You have a different book to me, Miles, but he's certainly trying to make it work, that's for sure. This is so difficult. So much pressure on this vehicle, and your race can be done here if you're not careful. We saw that with Brandon Kilgore. Less than 30 minutes ago.
So I think if this was me, I'd almost try to straighten up on that rock. But he deflects around. Perfect.
Yep.
So Aaron Lynch and JT Strickland make it around. So trying to lock down some points for Chris May, who is sitting second in stock for the national championship. But Byron Starrett's still out in front of him, I believe. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But Chris May's going to be excited if Aaron Lynch can land him right there on the podium.
And very shortly, I think we're going to be seeing Robert Parker, a.k.a. Kyle Cheney, coming in to take the finish and complete 3 laps here at Lake Havasu.
Oh, yeah. Who was that? I didn't get a visual. I wasn't paying attention. But, yeah, I think we're less than 10 minutes away from the checkered flag flying here at the race line start-finish.
What a day of racing we've had so far, Miles. Let's just talk about the qualifying. So we started this morning with the 4900s that we're seeing on course right now. Then we moved on to the limited classes, the 46s, the 45s, and the 48s.
And they'll be racing right after this race. They'll be kicking off in less than an hour. And then we moved into the 4400 unlimited class, and we saw K-Rod go out first, throw down a heater. It lasted all the way till the end, and then Lauren Healy stole the glory from old K-Rod. But what a wonderful qualifying we had. Ooh, that looked like a speed UTV. Is that Robbie or Max at the Spider Track backstretch? I'm going to guess that's Robbie.
I'm going to guess that's Robbie as well. Looking to see if it's a 777 or a 777.
Looks like a double. Yep, so that is Robbie Gordon himself still plugging away. if he can land on his podium for his first non-King of the Hammers race with us here at Ultra4 USA, he's going to be very proud of those speed UTVs. They just took 5 down to Nora, all 5 finished. Then Max Gordon takes the overall. Robbie Gordon gets that second position. So speed UTV doing some great things in the off-road industry. And he's so fast the camera can't keep up.
Absolutely. And we're back at the race line, start-finish. The shadows are starting to lengthen here, but it's good to see that we've still got a good, strong breeze out there. That's going to be very important for the EMC race that we've got coming up very soon.
Don't forget, you go to racingtracks.com, Racing Tracks with an X. And you can see they have the same live tracking we have up here in the Warren studio. And it looks like Robert Parker driving for, or Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker is at race mile 32 or so. So he's 5, it could update. So we're 3 to 4 miles away, it looks like. So probably another 10 minutes or so for Kyle Cheney to come in and lock down the national championship for Robert Parker.
Yeah, but it all happens until the final minute. You never know what these race courses can deliver. And it's never over until it is over. But right now it's all about Kyle Cheney racing for Robert Parker, who is our race leader. And behind him it is Mike Park.
So actually Racing Tracks is updating. I think Kyle Cheney could be in here very, very soon. So JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director, must have the checkered flag in his hand and patiently awaiting for Kyle Cheney to lock up the national championship for Robert Parker here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
Yeah, he's going to be super happy about this. There's still a lot of track between him and the finish line. You've got to dig deep now as a driver. You've got to push your eyes wide. You've got to look as far as you can in front of you. Concentrate, let that wheel go soft in your hands. Just bring it on home. Now, Mars, we saw Cole Clark had that almost perfect start where he rolled up. Paul Wolf wasn't there. He had clean air, took this race out and was leading right the way up until the most of the way through, lap 2.
Yeah, tough break for him in the rear of the car, had that issue, and you just can't plan for that. Ooh, that Josh Smith chasing down some dust.
Is that a UTV?
So that's going to be race mile, where are we at? That's probably 17 or so. 17 or 18. Oh, there's Rich Burst dropping down the Brannock boulders with Scott Lesage riding shotgun with Genesis Motorsports. He's going to drop down, take a hard right, try to miss that big rock. Oh, the rear end got a little light, but he was able to save it. And look at that left front getting jammed in. Nope, he's able to make it around. So quick work in the Brannock Falls for Rick Birch and Scott Lesage. Going to stop, put her from low to high, change the transmission, and open her up a little bit because this is a fun little fast section as soon as you get out of this little tight wash. So we're winding down for the UTV race. Remember, we have 3 classes racing all at the same time. Up next at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time will be the Everyman Challenge. We'll have the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class. So still lots of racing action yet to come. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
And here he is. This is our current race leader. This is Robert Parker being raced by Kyle Cheney.
So the checkered flag will be flying in about a minute and a half. We are on the Yukon Ridge. We can see him from the town. Kyle Cheney is about to lock down the national championship. He's going to sweep the East, the West, and the Nationals for his friend Robert Parker. Kyle Cheney's doing great things.
He is indeed. Just look at this, Miles. He's making his way across the Yukon Ridgeline, heading on back past the main pits right now. And just round the next 3 bends will be our race director, JT Taylor, with a checkered flag.
So Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker. 2 more turns to go, and he won the West. He won the East, and it looks like he just locked down the national championship for Robert Parker. 1 turn to go. The checkered flag is flying for Kyle Chaney right there at the race line, start-finish line. The checkered flag is out, and there he goes. Unofficial first place goes to Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker. Team Momentum doing great things this season.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. What a race here. Now, we saw him take that gamble first thing this morning, went out, qualified first, ended up in 12th position. We were like, whoa, that's not going to be a great position, but step up Kyle Chaney. He gave us a schooling. He went from 12th to 3rd on the first lap, and now he brings it in. Absolutely superb stuff there for Robert Parker and Kyle Chaney.
So
what a result.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. How far back is Corey Willis, Travis Zollinger, and Mike Park for the Pro Modified? Looks like in second position is Mike Park. Then it goes back
now, I'm just looking
Corey
here.
Willis.
I'm looking here, and we've got a battle royale going on between Travis Zollinger and Mike Park.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. Yep,
I'm seeing the trackers are bouncing either way, so it's going to be interesting to see. I reckon we're going to probably be around about 3 to 4 minutes before we see them. And then we're going to see Travis Zollinger and Mike Park. Mike Park in the 2-seat vehicle. Travis Zollinger, of course, in the ZRP single-seat vehicle.
Oh, and there's, is that Byron Starrett or Mike Park?
I think that's Byron Starrett on that side of the course.
So that's going to be race mile 17-ish or so. So, yes, that's Byron Starrett.
Yeah.
Race mile 18. So Mike Park is further along.
Oh, Mike Park, mate, he's coming into the finish very soon.
He's at 32, yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like Travis Zollinger will grab the checkered flag next. We do have Brian Hamby that's stopped on course. Okay, so, it's going to be really close between Zollinger and Mike Park. So Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson are battling to the finish.
Now, the interesting thing is that Mike Park did have the lead over Travis Zollinger. So has he had a problem? Has he had a flat tyre? Lost a belt? So many things can happen out here.
But I'm hearing there for Mike Park may have some VCP issues, so we'll have to address that once he gets in here. Getting some updates on my rugged radio from Racing Tracks.
And there he is Kyle Chaney, who's been racing for Robert Parker today. Our unofficial race winner.
And there's team owner Brian Fulcher with Team Momentum congratulating his driver, bringing it home for his best friend Robert Parker. Kyle Chaney doing great things. There's Kim Rimreed coming over to congratulate him. It's Tyler's mom. Oh, there's Nathan Parker over there. I hate to see he couldn't make his race, but he's celebrating with his team. Oh, lots of emotions will be high the rest of the weekend for the entire Momentum team. We saw Kyle Chaney at the MAO race in his Pro 4 battling with CJ Greaves just a month or two ago. Just missed the top box by the last couple corners, but now he brings it home here at Ultra4 USA. As Jason Soucy making his way around, and it does look like he's back to a single-seater. Looks like he kicked his son out. Shifts from low to high and trying to make it to the race line start-finish. Remember that Brownco Falls is at race mile 9.3.
Yeah, Jason doing a great job there on the waterfall. It's one of the better lines I've seen. Not scared by the rock whatsoever. Puts his wheel onto it, drives over, holds the line, makes it so much simpler, and saves that drive line wear. And there is our race director, JT Taylor, just waiting for whoever it might be first. Will it be Mike Park? Will it be Travis Zollinger?
He's talking to Jason Watt, who does a lot of prep for these Can-Ams. Helps the team Momentum. Talking to JT Taylor. Talking with his hands a lot, doesn't he?
The growth of the 4900 class has been quite exceptional. It really has.
But What a wonderful racing it has been. Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker down there just threw down a great, great race. We have our one and only Pam Hall down there. So, Pam, take it away. It is your show.
I am with Kyle Cheney. You're running for Robert Parker. Here you are in this number 1 spot, also number 1 in this championship. How are you feeling right now?
Actually, really good. You know, we won the West Coast too, and my goal was to finish that race, and it didn't work. I ended up getting flats, and it wasn't good. So my goal here, I didn't even know what the points were. I knew we were winning, or I knew we were in the lead, but I need to focus on winning the race and not finishing, because every time I do that, something breaks, and I'm just not driving consistent and good. But today, I was driving consistent. I felt like we had a good pace going on. I don't know if it was the fastest pace, but I knew that this was a tough track, and it was going to be hard to win this race, and it was going to be whoever won this race was going to have a car at the end of the race. If their car is 100% at the end of this race, they were going to win.
Well, I know that you came through and you started, I believe it was 12th. It was where you started qualifying. And then you ended up coming through after the first lap in that number 3 position already. So you were definitely picking it up a notch. Did you see a lot of cars already off to the side whenever you were going through and in that number 3 position right off the bat?
No, there was only maybe one car pulled off. Most of the people we caught pretty quick and were able to pass, and the push-to-pass button actually worked really good. And, I got to give it up to racing tracks and all the racers. They were, once they saw the pass, they would pull over. It was actually awesome. Nobody was trying to hold me up or anything. And, I kept looking at mine, too, making sure if someone's coming behind me, I'm going to get over, too. But that was awesome having that.
Well, awesome. I'm going to let you get to celebrating with your team right now. You were unofficially in this number 1 spot, so I'm going to let you get going. Congratulations on an amazing race.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. And we just saw Travis Zollinger grab the checkered flag. So unofficial second place goes to Zollinger Racing Products, Mr. Travis Zollinger. What a great run he had out there in his single-seat Can-Am. And there's Mike Park. So remember, we got to check those racing tracks. There could be some issues there. But grabbing the checkered flag on adjusted time, moving into second place. But remember, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's. But Mike Park just moved into that second place unofficially. What a great run. So right now, unofficially, it's Robert Parker and Kyle Cheney in 1, Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson in 2, and Travis Zollinger in that 3rd position. But we got to check those VCPs. And I've said a lot about Robert Parker and Kyle Cheney. So Robert Parker passed away a while back. It was a terrible thing to happen. Everybody hates to hear that. And then Nathan Parker, we saw him race in the stock class as well. That's his dad. So a terrible tragedy that happened. They brought in Kyle Cheney to take over for Robert Parker for that reason. So it's, Robert Parker's definitely heavy in our hearts. Brian Fulcher, that was his best friend with Team Momentum, the team owner. So he's keeping the tradition alive, and it's really cool to see what they have done for Robert Parker. And they brought it in with Kyle Cheney, and Kyle Cheney did it right, winning the West, winning the East, and it looks like he just locked down the national championship. So it's really cool to see him take Nathan Parker under his wing, for his father, and it's just, I don't know, it's hard to talk about. I'm getting goosebumps once again, but again, Robert Parker's definitely heavy in our hearts, and it's great to see the memory live on through Team Momentum.
Thank you, Miles, for explaining that one. It's one of those things. Very, very cool indeed. Right, looking back on our racing tracks, and I can see that the next car that'll be coming in probably going to be here in around about, my best guess would be around about 5 minutes. It does look like it's going to be Corey Willis. Now, Corey Willis, if this is 1793, started in 24th position today, and is going to be making his way. I don't think he can affect the top 3, but he's certainly going to be putting in an incredibly good time.
So there's Travis Zollinger, Mr. Zollinger Racing Products himself, giving thumbs up to his team. Everybody's all smiles over there. And again, we are talking with David Clay with the Racing Tracks to check out Mike Park and Kyle Cheney and Travis Zollinger, because all our top 3 we drop the tires, check for that, and then we check the VCPs and see how everything goes. So everything is absolutely unofficial for right now, but it's looking really good for Kyle Cheney and Robert Parker. And then Mike Park, we'll see how that plays out between him and Travis Zollinger, because man, they are super tight in points as well.
This is Cody Willenberg now making his way onto the waterfall.
And we are 100% going to start the Everyman Challenge at 5 p.m. So all of our limited racers, please get your cars to staging because you're going to take off here in about 38 minutes. As it looks like that's Willenburg, if I'm not mistaken.
It is indeed. Making short work of the waterfall there. Very nicely done indeed. 5:29 making his way back into the desert.
With CW Motorsports. That's race mile 9 there at the Brannock Falls.
I'm looking here right now and seeing what cars that we've got due in. It does look like that we've got Corey Willis. So he's going to be joining us in around about 4 minutes' time. Then the next car in will be the 143 of Tyler Remereed. But I'm guessing he's around about 12 to 15 minutes out at the moment.
But don't forget, we have Glenn Young in the mix as well. The number 77.
Yeah, just trying to find and locate 77. 77's Robbie Gordon, of course.
Well, I guess we have two 77s
we
in.
do, yes.
So, whoops. That's what happens when you get a late entry. We slipped up on that one. So Robbie Gordon and Glenn Young sharing that number. There's Rich Birch and Scott Lesage making some dust on the Spider Track backstretch. Look at him moving strong. He's going to have to slow down and take that hard right into the section as Nathan Seiler makes his way through. Oh, there's Justin Barth at race mile number 9. The race starts for him in 35 minutes, and he's at race mile 9. He's not going to make it in time for the start for the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class.
Never going to happen.
I'm not sure what he's going to do, but...
Yeah, there's pre-running and there's pre-running.
And Justin Barth is not in the mix for the top 5 in national points for the 4800 class, so he is in the mix for the top 5 in the UTV, so he's probably playing his cards right.
Yeah, this is the 49.55 of Joe Gould. We just saw him doing a refuel as he started his 3rd lap. That's a great line there from Joe Gould. Just pops it up over the top of the rock, makes his way through. Great stuff there. So Joe Gould is just grabbing hold of a high ratio. So still lots of racing still to be done here in the 4900 class.
There's A.J. Hoover and his sister Leah with Rubber Band Racing getting ready to drop down the Brannock Falls in that Kawasaki.
Yeah, we don't see many Kawasaki's out here, so that's great to see that.
Most of them are, or they come from the factory naturally aspirated, meaning no turbos, like most of these other Polaris and Speed UTVs and Can-Ams and everybody else. And that was a great little line he had.
Yeah, he worked that well.
So now he'll stop, go from low to high, hit the gas, and keep on moving.
Now, am I right in thinking that the Kawasaki actually has a sequential gearbox rather than a belt?
Nope, it's a belt one as well.
It has a CV belt,
Yep,
right,
yep.
okay. So the earlier or different Kawasaki's used to have the sequential.
I don't recall. Okay.
Yes.
Here's somebody coming by. The checkered
right,
flag
now,
will be
just checking
flying
this.
out. Who is this?
That would be the 1793 of Corey Willis.
Corey Willis just unofficially moved into 2nd position on
Wow.
adjusted time. I should have been paying attention to that. Corey Willis pushing hard all the way from the back because he started in 24th
position.
spot. So Corey Willis
But I'll be honest
was a
with you,
great run.
I was watching that tracker. I called it, but I didn't think he was close enough to do that. That's a remarkable charge there by Corey Willis. I believe Corey Willis races over at Mid-America usually.
Oh, yeah. He races short course. He races all of Ultra4. As there's one of his teammates, Matthew Walraven, number 118 with Rhett Bryan, riding shotgun.
Yeah,
but Corey Willis, let's go back to that. He started in 24th position, moved his way all the way up, unofficial 2nd. Corey Willis with a great shot, and he's in the mix in the points too. So Corey Willis, I believe, man, it's going to be really, really close. Yeah, Corey Willis and Travis Zollinger are in the battle. So is Wall Raven. So second and third is in between Zollinger and Willis.
Yeah, just looking here also, it's looking like Tyler Remereed is actually stopped on course at the moment, and he would have been our next finisher around about the mice mile 28.
And it sounds like our one and only Pam Hall is down in the pits with Mike Park to have a quick chat. So, Pam, what do you got for us?
Park, you are unofficially in that number 3 position, but you literally just now got clicked off by Corey Willis. So being in that 3rd position, though, has got to feel pretty good out here.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We've had a rough year, and glad to be on the podium finally. So it all come together.
So the race course out here that JT Taylor put together, everybody keeps comparing it to a mini hammer style course out here. But what's your opinion on the race course?
It was fun. It was very technical. Definitely not as fast as I was thinking when we were on the way out here, but very technical, but it was fun.
And you had a new co-driver in here with you, Jeremy Dickinson. He is with CA Technologies, and here you have him. How is it having a new co-driver in there with you?
It was awesome. It was awesome. He did a phenomenal job. Made me way faster, so I appreciate him.
So, Jeremy, I want you to give us a little rundown because you've been in a lot of courses. What would you compare this course to?
It's a hammers course. A little bit of a goat trails, but yeah, basically JT hates IFS rigs.
Well, you guys did an amazing job. You guys out here in this number 3 spot unofficially. Great job out there. I know a lot of people get you here. So who all do you want to thank for getting you guys out here?
Yeah, absolutely. My family for allowing me to come do all this, and of course our whole team 904. They all support us and do a great job. And of course Evolution Power Sports and CA Tech, Demon Power Sports, G-Force Racing. Shocks were on point today. Netto tires were awesome today. ZRP, Mr. Travis, that we battled back and forth with today. They help us out. Tire Spines and Rugged Radios.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, and it's an amazing year so far. I mean, you had a few hiccups, but here you are, 3rd place out here at Nationals, so congratulations.
Yep, thank you very much.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. And, yeah, Jeremy Dickinson and Mike Park brought it together. We'll see where the cards fall, but it's looking good for a 3rd place unofficial finish. But it's still Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker, unofficial 1, Corey Willis, unofficial 2, and Mike Park in that unofficial 3. And Travis Zollinger within just a little bit of time getting bumped to that 4th position. Wow, what a race we had on our hands, Jim.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. This 4900 just has not failed to deliver. It's been incredible in so many different ways. And there is Josh Smith there. It looked like he was following Mike McCleary just a moment ago. I'm expecting to see these guys coming in around about 20 minutes' time. Now, that's going to be an interesting one as well, Miles, because we're going to have cars finishing as we've got cars starting.
So what they're going to have to do is have to stop them up by that last turn or something, because we can't have them finishing as we're starting. So they'll have to do an adjustment finish for some of these. Oh, there's Robbie Gordon still moving in that Speed UTV.
Yeah, no, Robbie Gordon, he's having a great battle there with Josh Smith, that's for sure.
That's got to be really cool for Josh Smith to be battling with Robbie Gordon, both in the open class.
No, Robbie Gordon's in stock, I believe.
I'm pretty sure. No, his tires are big. So, yeah, double check, but I'm pretty sure he's an open.
Yep, you are quite right. He is an open.
Hold on, I didn't hear you, Jim. What'd you say?
Robbie Gordon is currently running in 2nd place in open.
But he's still pushing strong. Great to see such a new machine out there doing great things in the industry.
Yeah, and Jake Versey is currently heading up in open right now. Now, we saw Jake. I haven't seen Jake for a little while, so I'm going to hook back onto my tracker.
Remember, you can go to racingtracks.com, Racing Tracks with an X, and tune into the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu for the live tracking. But for our live timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com to see the same tracking and timing we have here in the Warren studio. What a wonderful race we've had. We've talked to Kyle Chaney. We've talked to Corey Willis. So let's talk to Mike Park. I think we have Pam Hall down there. Pam, what do you got for us?
Here I am with Corey Willis. Here you are in this number 2 spot. Last lap, what did you do to turn it up to take over this number 2 spot?
Yeah, we've kind of gotten a reputation for coming last minute and trying to make it happen. And, you know,
Double E Racing, George White and Jason Watt have me in just an amazing car, and I've got enough faith in the car that on the last lap I could just give it everything it's got. That's what we did, and looks like it paid off.
I think you have a new lucky charm too, right?
Oh, I do, and she's at home, so we gotta say, happy engagement, Sarah.
So exciting for you. Saw that you guys got engaged right after we left MAO last weekend, right?
That's it. And if anyone wants a tip, just leave a race and then get engaged when you get home. Don't wait for anything.
Well, congratulations. I know you have a line of sponsors that get you out here, so who do you want to thank?
We do Double E Racing, Halo Lockers, Hess Motorsports, United Trailer, Jason Dietschy, JW Performance, PPI Tuning, my company, for allowing me to leave and be able to do this stuff. Just everyone that gives us a hand, Yokohama Tire, Raceline Wheels, the list is endless. And I got to say a thanks to Kyle Cheney and the Miller brothers as well for kind of taking us in the off season and showing me how to drive these things a little bit.
Well, Corey Willis, congratulations on this unofficial number 2 spot. What are your plans for 2024?
We've got a few ideas. For sure going to focus on short course really hard, but we might pop on in here a few times too.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. Awesome to see you up here. Maybe we'll see you up here again next year.
Most certainly.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Corey. Now, there's a guy who looked very happy indeed.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's been pushing all season long hard. There's Byron Starrett in the stock class who is battling with Chris May and Aaron Lynch to get that top box for the national championship. It's looking good for Byron Starrett. If he can hold this together, he will lock down the national championship. So Byron Starrett and Sarah riding shotgun, pushing hard. So can we get 2 Team 904s on the podium for the Pro Mod and the stock class? It's looking good for the Floridians. And you can see the shadows are already starting to set in. You can see right there that berm on that left side. You can't see it. The shadows completely covered it. So as we go into this Everyman Challenge, it is going to be the shadows are going to be playing tricks on a lot of these drivers. Luckily, the weather is absolutely beautiful. It's 85 and sunny here, so it'll chill off a little bit, but it won't be like hammers cold for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at our trackers right now, trying to work out who's going to be coming through next. And I think it might be Jake Versey, although it's showing on the tracker with an orange tab rather than a green one.
Oh, so he's not moving possibly.
No, he's moving, but I'm just waiting for it to update. Now, the reason it's interesting is because Jake Versey potentially is winning Open UTV.
And he's not in Open UTV points either, so we'll see. Josh Smith, as long as he finishes, he should have this locked up.
Yeah, this is very interesting indeed. I'm just watching him here. I'm just waiting for his tracker to ping one more time. But I think it will be Jake Versey that we'll be seeing coming in to join us at the checkered flag. I think he's probably around about 4 minutes out. But the interesting thing about him is this. If Jake Versey has a problem, we've got Robbie Gordon around about 2 miles away who would take first place in Open UTV. What a story that would be.
Be pretty wild as we're chasing down Cody Willenberg and Randy Dazenbrock out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports. Heading around the backside. This is a fun little section. So Cody Willenberg running around up and down. Look how tight and technical this actually goes. But it sounds like we have Pam Hall once again with Zollinger Racing Products, Travis Zollinger. Pam?
Here I am with Travis Zollinger. You were up here in this number 3 spot, and then at the last second, Corey Willis came through and ended up in that number 2 spot, knocked you down to the 4th position with Mike Park in 3rd. But here you are, an amazing race out here. We did see you did have a belt. Is that the only issues you had?
Yeah, pretty much. Blew a belt on beginning of lap 2, had to get out and change that, and I knew that slowed me down a little bit, and then I had to pull my pace back just a hair so that I could stay alive the whole time.
Well, I mean, we saw it happening on there, and we always talk about single seat. Usually people that have a co-driver, they are trained to get out and, get that belt changed really quick, but you did it pretty fast by yourself.
Yeah, changing snowmobile belts my whole life. Figured it out.
You're well seasoned then, but you're up here in this number 4 spot. Who helps you get out here to the racetrack?
Man, my team. I just got to thank them, my family for supporting. They're out here with us this weekend, and just my team, the guys back at work, and all the guys that help build parts and tune the car and everything. So I really appreciate them.
Well, Travis Stollinger, congratulations. You are unofficially in that number 4 spot, but an amazing race out this weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. That's absolutely fantastic. And look at this, Miles. This is Jake Versey making his way along the Yukon Ridgeline. And Jake Versey will be our first place in Open UTV.
What a great run he has had. He's raced with us off and on for quite some time. Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey coming across the Yukon launch, the Yukon Ridge. And got to give a huge shout out to Dave Johnson. He was supposed to race with us, but he had some mechanical issues, wasn't able to do it. So he is enjoying Lake Havasu, found a little beach. So he's tuned in watching the live show, but playing in the sand.
So Jake Versey comes around 2 more turns, and he will see JT Taylor with that checkered flag. And Jake Versey will lock out the Open UTV.
So the flag is flying, coming into the race line, start finish. Ultra4 USA race director JT Taylor waving the checkered flag. Unofficial first place in the open class, Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey.
Great stuff. And look how good this car looks, Miles.
Yeah, it still looks like it's in great shape.
It does. The one thing I am surprised at on this race is we're expecting an awful lot of tyre degradation. We're expecting a lot of flats. We've seen a few, but nowhere near as many as we expected.
I agree. When we were building this course, we had a couple flat tires, and that's just cruising at slow speeds. So I assumed the tire attrition would be a lot higher. But hey, the course is getting burned in as we're watching Joe Gould with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab.
Yeah, Joe Gould's putting together a great race here, just keeping that pace nice and steady.
And he's in the works of building a sequential transmission that'll bolt into a Pro R Polaris, so it's pretty cool to see what they're designing. Right now, it's still a factory transmission, but he's in the works trying to put a sequential in that Pro R.
Wow, that'll be something very special indeed. Let's not forget the Pro R has a 2-litre engine, completely different to every other UTV platform out there.
And look what's on our screen right now, Jim. That is Brent Harrell, the pole setter for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Everybody's getting staged up and ready. We should be racing with them here in about 20 minutes. So we'll have to stop the UTVs just on our left. So we'll have to do a manual stop time for them and get the 4800, the 46, and the 45s out on course. They will all be doing, the 45s and 48s will be doing the same 3-lap course. The 4600 Spider Track class will be doing 2 laps.
They will indeed. We saw Brent Howell lay down an incredible qualifying run of 1:56. Remarkable stuff.
Yeah, what a great run from him.
And still the awesome images coming from out on course. There's another car heading its way back towards us.
At the Spider Track backstretch, making some dust. And at quick glance, I'm going to guess Roper Merrifield. We saw him still moving just a little bit ago.
Yeah, that's a good call there, mate.
That is right around race mile 17.5. Yep, it sure is. Roper Merrifield still plugging away. Part of Ryan Rockhold Racing. You see the drone chasing him down? So we got a Styx camera on top of the hill. Bill's running that, and then Jack's flying the drone. Again, give a huge shout-out to the entire production crew. They showed up here in the dark. Well, they showed up days ago, just like we did. And to make all this happen with multiple camera angles, multiple drones, and, Clyde Bynum, the whole Speed Sport team, live media. I mean, it takes an army to bring it all together, but it's puts on live race media, brings it all together.
Now, I think this is Matthew Walraven making his way towards the checkered flag. Just trying to get confirmation there. Yeah, that is the 118 of Matthew Walraven. We saw him qualifying late today, but it hasn't hurt him at all, and he's absolutely powering his way towards the line right now. And he's in UTV Pro Mod. It looks like it's probably going to be a top 6 finish. So Matthew Walraven, one more turn, and he will be seeing the checkered flag. And race director, JT Taylor.
So Walraven grabs the checkered flag at the race line start-finish.
That looks like it puts him in 6th overall and 5th in Pro UTV. All unofficial at this stage, of course, but a fantastic run there from Matthew Walraven.
There's Zach Swatsky. He's new to the Ultra4 USA team. He's part of the pit guys, but we brought him over to the other side. Great to have him. He's kind of job shadowing Alan Johnson and doing a little bit of everything. And look at the dust holding. The wind is dying down a little bit. We'll see how this all shakes out. So racing with the dust and going into dark, the EMC race is going to be very, very interesting. If you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We are winding down on the 4900 UTV races. We had 3 races going on all at the same time. We have unofficially locked down the podium for the Pro Modified class.
Yeah, it looks like we're still waiting for finishers in the stock class. And we've already had, it looks like Jake Versey is currently in 1st position in the UTV Open. But it looks like we might have a 2nd place vehicle in UTV Open coming in very, very soon. And that will be none other than Robbie Gordon. But there's a few other vehicles still out there on track making their way towards us. And that looks like Roper Merrifield one more time. So we've still got Josh Smith due to come across the line at any moment.
Hey, buddy. What's up? Good. Everything's good. We were winding down the UTV race. The EMC will be kicking
Yeah, so we're going to have a heap of cars joining us very soon across the start-finish line. And it looks like one of those will be Robbie Gordon. What a fantastic day of racing it's been so far. And it's still going to get better and better. We have the Everyman Challenge vehicles going to be taking the line very soon. But crossing the line now, taking the checkered flag,
is Mark McCleary flying once again. Looks like that puts him 1st in the stock class. So Mark McCleary unofficially locking down 1st position for the 4900 stock class. What a great race by Mark McCleary. Oh, here comes Josh Smith grabbing 2nd position in the open class and locking down the national championship. Oh, then Robbie Gordon right behind him. So we had 3 boom, boom, boom. Mark McCleary, Josh Smith, and Robbie Gordon. So does that mean Robbie Gordon gets 3rd position in the open class? Wait, on adjusted time, where's that going to put him? Let me do
no, that puts him in 3rd position on adjusted time, Miles.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, by
now,
about
I want
a
to
minute.
hear about this because I reckon that Robbie was running in 2nd. So has there been something change out there? It looks like he's still got a tyre in the rack, although the jack's missing.
Yep, he's fell out somewhere. But wow, what a great showing for his 1st ever Ultra4 USA race. Robbie Gordon, top 3 in the 4900 open class.
Yeah, that is fantastic stuff, and that is a stock class vehicle in many ways.
It does meet a lot of that, but the tire size is what kind of caught him.
Yeah, I got you. Or you got me, one or the other.
Whatever. But it's just great to see him out on course. But Josh Smith, I think, just locked down the national championship in the open class. He was the Western Series champ and now the National Series champ for open. So huge shout out to Josh Smith with Smith Brothers Racing.
Yeah, that's fantastic stuff. We were chatting to him in Disney last year. Very focused young man. Knew what he wanted to deliver. He didn't have luck that day, but he's had some good luck today. Great racing from Josh Smith. As the racing continues here, we've got Pam Hall down in the pits, and she's catching up with some fantastic interviews today. So let's pop on down to Pam Hall and see what you got. Pam, it's all yours.
Here I am with Jake Bursey. You just came in #1 in the UTV Open class. You just were telling me you had absolutely no issues out there today, so a perfect race for you.
Yeah, it went really well. We had a blast. I mean, we were pretty conservative on laps 1 and 2, and then came over the radio that we had a chance for a run from the top, so we really turned it up on lap 3. But pretty unbelievable how the track develops. We thought we had like some killed tires, but it ended up everything was fine. It was just weird how the track develops.
Yeah, we were just discussing that too. It's like when there's chatter bumps and stuff out there, it just makes your car completely feel off, but you obviously have no issues because you're in this #1 spot.
Yeah, no, I couldn't be more happy. Everything held up on my car. I mean, that was absolutely brutal race. X-Comp tires, no flats. I mean, I honestly expected flats. Wheels were phenomenal. RCV axles, HCR suspension, fueled UTV hooking it up with all the best parts. So rigid lighting that we didn't need to use, thank God. But no, we had an absolute blast. Everything went perfect. Couldn't be more happy.
Well, I have to say right now, you have your little puppy dog Prada in your arms. She's a good luck for you, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep her around.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who all gets you up here?
Yeah, I mean, just like we mentioned, X-Comp tires, KMC, you know, really like the family, the friends, I mean, this event more so than most has been such a group effort to get here. I mean, that's how it always is, but can't thank everybody enough. Friends, family, moral support. Racing is so much a mental game, so everything matters, man. Thank you all. So much love.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your unofficial #1 spot in the UTV Open class out here at Legends of Havasu.
Thank you so much. Let's party.
Back to you guys.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Pam. Now, she said that's a dog. I think that was a mugwai. Don't get it wet, whatever you do.
Uh-oh, and here comes Byron Starrett coming on in, gripping ready to grab the checkered flag for the 4900 stock class. This looks like he may be locking down the national championship here at Legends of Havasu. The checkered flag flies for Byron Starrett. What a great run for him, locking down that unofficial first place in the stock for this race and the national championship. Congrats goes to Byron Starrett and the entire Team 904.
Wow, that's amazing. What a run there from Byron Starrett. I'm just looking here. He started in 20th position today. Incredible stuff. I was just looking at his second. It was Mike McCleary. Now, Mike McCleary, he qualified in 9th. So there is where we had the time difference. Even so, we saw Mike McCleary across the line a couple of minutes ago. There was enough adjusted time there for Byron Starrett to actually claim that victory in UTV stock.
Wow, what a great run all season long.
And there it is again. Seriously, don't get it wet.
That's A.J. Hoover and his sister Leah riding along with Rubber Band Racing. Race mile 17 or so.
Yeah, and in around about 10 minutes' time, they're going to become the Hunted as the EMC classes take to the track.
I can hear the horsepower right outside the Warren studio. They are ready to rock and roll.
I can't wait for this race. This is going to be absolutely incredible. And we've also got some big stories from the back of the pack, but we'll come to that later as we continue to watch the 4900 class here. And they've delivered some fantastic racing. 3 laps they've had to complete today. 3 37-mile laps. And it's been tough every single mile.
So they'll still be racing out on this 37-mile lap, while the 4600, 45, and 4800, the Everyman Challenge class, is kicking off here in about 9 minutes. So we'll see how all that shakes out, but so far, so good.
And you can see what they're saying about when they say technical. Lots of ups and downs, lots of sideways, lots of left, lots of rights. And lots of rocks on the side of the track because they just want to steal those tires out of you.
So what a wonderful race we have had on our hands. We are wrapping this one down, but it sounds like Mrs. Pam Hall is down there once again to have a quick chat with Mark McCleary. So, Pam, what do you got for
Here
us?
I am with Mark McCleary. You just came in #1 in the stock class. How are you feeling right now?
Feel amazing. That race was rough, and we definitely earned that one. We were first lap, flipped off of the waterfall, had to roll it back over, and it was just a fight from then on just to finish.
Well, I mean, you're up here in the #1 spot, so what do you think the issues were, I mean, with other cars to get you here? Because like you just said, you had a flip. Oh my goodness, and you're in '1 position.
I think we pushed pretty hard through some of the really, really rough sections, and that really, I think it just helped us build time back on everybody. There's some blind rocks and stuff out there that will sneak up on you. You come around the corner and there'd be a guy with a tire tore off because it'd be like a blind 90 and then there'd be a giant rock face. And I think that's what got a lot of people out here, and people really backed off trying not to hit that stuff.
I always say they're like jumping rocks, right? It's a joke. They jump out at you. But yeah, I mean, they're tire getters. You come in, drifting into a corner and they're, like you just said, ripping them off. But here you are. You're injury free.
Yeah, no, it worked out really good. Like I said, they do jump out, and by the third lap, down the main lines, the rocks were starting to slowly come up, and they were just going to grab you if you weren't paying attention.
Well, what do you think the most difficult part about that race course was?
Probably trying to be smart in all the heavy downhills with like 90 rights, 90 lefts, and there was a couple really big uphills where if you went straight, you were going right off a cliff.
Well, that definitely sounds difficult for me. So, who do you want to thank for getting you out here for Legends of Havasu?
First of all, I got to thank my family. I couldn't do this without them. Big shout out to my co-driver / mechanic, Jason. He owns Dirt Monkey Performance. I got to thank Turned Up Racing, Gary at G-Force, Raceline Wheels, MRT Tires, Wayland Speed, PATV Power Sports. Anybody else, thank you. I appreciate it, but we did it.
Well, congratulations. An amazing race for you. I mean, obviously you said you flipped, but here you are up in the #1 spot.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. And while you were talking down there, it is unofficial. It looks like Byron Starrett did take that #1 spot. Mark McCleary unofficial in that second position. But it was really close down to the adjusted time. But still, congratulations to Mark McCleary in that unofficial second position. But Byron Starrett looks like he just locked down the national championship in the stock class.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff there from Byron. As I say, he started right the way back in 20th position, whereas Mark McCleary started in 9th, and that gives you the adjusted time difference as each car left the line in 30-second intervals. And we are only around about 6 minutes away now from the start of our EMC race.
So it sounds like the race line finish for the 4900 will be closed here shortly, but they will still get their finishing points. We'll just have to manually time them, 100 yards back or so for safety reasons, obviously, because we can't start a race while a race is finishing for the timing loop. But wow, what a wonderful day of racing. We started out this morning at 8 a.m. Well, we started out this morning at 7 a.m. with a driver's meeting. Then at 8 a.m. we went qualified all the way till about 1 o'clock, and then started off the UTVs. Haven't had a break yet. Break in action. It's been fun, Jim.
It's been fantastic. People say this race is very similar to King of the Hammers. Well, it actually is like King of the Hammers for us because we're working all day and into the night.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And it sounds like Pam Hall's down there once again, so having some fun down in the Amsoil Hot Pits. Pam, what do you got for us?
Here I am with Josh Smith. You're in this #1 spot out here for the national championship, but let's talk about the race right now. What do you think about that race course?
That race course is a lot of fun, a lot of challenging things, and a lot of things that'll bite you.
I hear it's a lot of the rocks were jumping out, and the rock faces and everything were the kickers. What do you think the most difficult part of the race course was?
Most difficult part was probably just the big bottom out bumps that you can't hit too fast. You're going to blow the front end apart, and I think that was the hardest part for me.
Well, your car held together. Here you are. You were having some issues, I believe, with the steering belt. Is that correct?
Yeah, we blew a power steering belt on the first lap, and then we blew a drive belt on the second lap.
Well, a belt issue, a belt game, I guess I should say. But here you are in this #1 spot unofficially for the championship. You're no stranger to it because last year you were the West Coast champion, this year and the national champion, and now here you are again for the open class, the champion.
Yep. Open class champion and West Coast Open class champion. It's pretty cool.
Well, who do you want to thank for getting you out here and being so successful out here with Ultra4 USA?
I want to thank Luke and Molly. They're my biggest partner, and they helped me out a lot. I thank Corey Nasso and all my sponsors like ZRP and Maxxis Tire, KMC, RCV, Side-by-Side Performance, and Infinity Fab. So Corey Nasso, he helps a lot. He helped me get here today, and my brother Jared and my girlfriend Abby, they always help me out, and my mom, of course.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You get to go do some celebrating. We have our awards we're giving away tomorrow night, so enjoy Havasu.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam, and what a wonderful UTV race that was. We are getting ready to kick off the EMC class, so here's the Good Boy Vodka unofficial results in that 14.
You are right. It's been a fantastic day of racing out here. We had the qualifying this morning. Then, of course, it's moved across.
So in that top 10, it is Nathan Parker in 10th. 9th is Eric Yates. 8th, A.J. Hoover. 7th, Nathan Seiler. 6th, Cody Willenberg.
In 5th, it's Justin Barth. In 4th, it's Rich Birch. In 3rd, it's Chris May. In 2nd, it's Mike McCleary. And in 1st, it's Byron Starrett.
I think Byron Starrett just locked down the national championship, so that bumps Chris May out. He's still in the top 3, I believe, but great run by him. And there's Brian Hamby and David Payne rounding out the top 12 for the unofficial Good Boy Vodka results.
Then we come into UTV Open. In 5th position is Cade Rod. In 4th is Jason Sushi.
In 3rd position, his first Ultra4 USA race, Robbie Gordon. And then locking down the national championship, getting 2nd position in this race is Josh Smith. And then winning the race is Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey. And last but not least, the 4900 Pro Modified Good Boy Vodka unofficial results. In 10th position is Joe Gould, then Brandon Kilgore, Tyler Rimreed, Glenn Young, Cole Clark.
Matthew Walrathan in 5th. In 4th, Travis Solinger. In 3rd is Mike Park. In 2nd is Corey Willis. But in 1st, Robert Parker, being driven by Kyle Cheney, gave them all a schooling with an astonishing 7-minute lead in this race. What a fantastic race this has been.
And then rounding out the top, the rest of the Pro Modified in 11th is Tyler Gibbs, then Paul Wolf, Roper Merrifield, Max Gordon, Dustin Robbins, then Brent Lambeth. Again, that is your Good Boy Vodka unofficial results for the UTV race. So we are about to kick off the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So another great race yet to come.
Yeah, I can't wait to get this race started. Brent Harrell is sitting on pole position for this one, Miles. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm looking here right now.
So here is the Project X starting line, and that pole position is Lauren Healy, Alex Fleming, John Williams, Sergio Panilios, Josh Atterbury.
Jess Bennett in 7th, Doug Langford, Brexton Glines, John Ranson, Albert Contreras.
And then it's Jeremy Lucas, Mick Henson, Roger King, Tom Biddle, and Justin Reese.
Yeah. Then in 45 modified, we have in 1st position is Logan Goodall, 2nd Shaq Kennedy, and Cody Sinclair, Jesse Oliver, Rick Lavezzo, Sean Rance, Steen Crawford, Peter Doolan, Les Figueroa, and Eddie Oliver.
And then in 11th was Dwayne Garrettson, Chad Kennedy, and Matthew Weiss. So Dwayne Garrettson, keep an eye on him. He's coming from the back of the pack for that class.
Absolutely. And in stock class, we have Lauren Healy on pole, followed by Alex Fleming, John Williams, Sergeant Panilios, Josh Atterbury, Jess Bennett, Doug Langford, Brexton Glines, John Rance, and Albert Contreras.
And we also have Jeremy Lucas, Mick Henson, Roger King, Tom Biddle, and Justin Reese.
What a fantastic race this is going to be. And we can see there our pole sitter. That is Brent Harrell sitting on the line right now, qualified with a 1:56.
And here's the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Brent Harrell, Jeremy Jones, Brian Trimp, Austin Thompson, Greg Neff, Antonio Drift, Steve Graff, Eric Weichel, Matt Torney, and Ryan Webb.
Jesse Lee, Johnny Valdez, Justin Barth, John Holtzman, Russell Raven, Andrew Gorman, Paul Groger, Matt Murphy, Bob Lindgren, and Ryan Taylor.
And then it's Ross Glaive, Brian Moore, Woody Rose, Greg Allen, and Ryan Webb. So look out for Woody Rose charging from the back of the pack. This is going to be one heck of a race. We should be live racing here any moment.
Yeah, now we've seen already some big stories coming through with adjusted time scenarios in the 4900. Expect to see plenty of that in this EMC race. Let's not forget EMC, Every Man Challenge. This comes from King of the Hammers way back in the day. I think the first Every Man Challenge was in 2011, if I'm not mistaken.
I always thought it was 12, but I think you're right. I think it was 2011. I get those two mixed up. But yeah, Every Man Challenge is great for, the limited classes. It gives a place for everybody to run. And we just saw the UTV. That's probably the easiest way to get in because you can go by, well, heck, look at the speed UTVs. They're basically race ready off the showroom floor.
Okay, we can see a green flag coming out there.
Oh, and there is Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, waving the green flag. So off the line, number 56, Brent the Iceman Harrell, with Justin riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon, with team changeover.
Yeah, now Brent Harrell's moving out, but look how the shadows are lengthening. This is going to be an incredible race.
And look at the speed of Brent Harrell. He is absolutely sailing in that Horschel-built machine. Solid axle, 4800 Brannick Motorsports. It's going to be a good one.
It is indeed. And second off the line is going to be Jeremy Jones in that Trent Fab solid axle machine.
With Dom Balducci riding shotgun out of Laramie, Wyoming, with Doc Jones Racing.
Now, I didn't think anyone was going to beat Jeremy Jones this time. It was absolutely astonishing, and it took something special from Brent Harrell. And both of these fast guys head off out into the desert to start their first laps.
But special is exactly what we have on our hands. So taking the green flag right now is Logan Goodall with Todd Miller riding shotgun, number 1950 out of Phoenix, Arizona, with Goodall Racing. You see him heading through the wash. He'll be blowing by the AMSOIL hot pits. Logan Goodall pushing strong, trying to chase down the dust of Jeremy Jones and Brent Harrell. And taking the green flag right now is Shad Kennedy with Jess Cooper out of Prescott, Arizona, with Kennedy Motorsports in his Poison Spider chassis. There goes Shad heading through the AMSOIL hot pits. Another great shot of Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, getting ready to wave the green flag once again for Brian Trimp. Brian Trimp with Tad Dowker riding shotgun out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, with Shallow Pockets Racing in his Jeep Armory machine. And this is going to be a one heck of a race. So our pole position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is Cody St. Clair getting ready to take off the 4561 with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports in his Tribe 16 chassis. Cody the Texas Kid St. Clair. Remember, we do have 3 races going on at the same time. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Spider Track Stock class.
Yeah, we've got so much racing coming up here today. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And I'm just looking right now at our racing track.
And
as Austin Thompson next, off the line.
Bam Bam Jr. himself with his dad, Brendan Thompson, running shotgun. He'll be racing tomorrow during the 4400 class out of Nevada City, California, with Outcast Racing and that UFO solid axle rear engine machine. It's an oldie, but a goodie.
It is indeed. It's a car we've seen so many times at King of the Hammers. And next off the line is Greg Neef.
With Eric Risco riding shotgun out of Broomfield, Colorado, with Neff Motorsports in his Neff Motorsports chassis. And Bob Bauer sending another one out. Bob Bauer, of course, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer. Our Grand Marshal for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the Everyman Challenge race.
And next is the 449 of Antonio.
With Kedden Ewing riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road with the OG Let's Roll Off-Road chassis.
Yeah, laid down a really solid pace in qualifying. Very impressive indeed. It's got some big horsepower in that car. As we move next to Steve Graff.
With John Dykus riding shotgun out of Litchfield Park, Arizona with Graff Racing his Steel Nuts Off-Road Ultra Pro chassis. So Steve Graff and John Dykus getting ready to grab the green flag. And there he goes.
Bob Bauer having the time of his life there. And next on the line is Eric Weichel as we watch Steve Graff making his way out onto track. Eric Weichel, the man with the smiley face, the man with the flames. Very distinctive vehicle. Always a big smile whenever you see him. A fierce competitor and a lovely man in the pits.
And it is a green flag for Eric Ace Weichel and Wade riding shotgun out of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing in his Jimmy's chassis.
And there you see the big smiley face as Eric Weichel makes his way out onto the track.
I love that for myself. I love that for the drones. It's a great way to see it. Was that Jesse Oliver?
This is Jesse Oliver. This is Jesse Oliver next. 45-17.
With Randy Cole riding shotgun out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing.
It's a freeze frame there of Bob Bauer. But there we go. It's Jesse Oliver making his way out onto track. This is a 3-lap race, 337-mile loops of our course out here at Lake Havasu. And next off the line will be Matt Tornay.
With his son Greg Tornay riding shotgun out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Tornay Race Concepts in that Tribe 16 chassis. Great to see them racing once again. They're getting everything prepped up. They're anticipating a big 2024 season. And there we are off. Matt Tornay racing off into the sunset. And up next, it will be Rick Lavezzo and James Mahoney riding shotgun out of Fort Worth, Texas with R Squared and Team Obstacle in that Get Bent Fab machine.
Now, I've just had an update on this. I was saying earlier that this car actually had cables on the steering. It doesn't. Apparently, it has a steering box and works on a cam system.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that little tidbit.
Yeah, that was from Jimmy Jack, so thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, miss Jimmy Jack out here.
Yeah, we do. Very much.
Navy, they're always a lot of fun out here on track. They're still racing a little bit of the NorCal stuff, and they come hang out with us at King of the Hammers a little bit. Hope to see them a little bit more in the future. They took a pretty gnarly tumble a year or so back, so they're getting taking a little slow. And off the line next is the 717 of Ryan Rollover Webb with Chris Branton riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Kryptonite Racing and that Jimmy's Bloodline chassis.
And then next up it will be none other than Lauren Healy in the Bronco, and he'll be our first place 4600 stock class car.
So he got those 14 points in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. The MAO ambassador, Lauren Healy with Eric Davis riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road in that Ford Bronco.
And I'll be very pleased that he's quite a way ahead of Sergio Pinilios.
But remember, this race is on adjusted time. They take off in 30-second increments, one at a time.
And this is the OG Bronco here of Sean Rance.
With Chuck Richardson riding shotgun out of Aztec, New Mexico with the Mud Nut Racing, that 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Haynes fabrication machine. So that is race mile 3, that camera. So we got lots of dust getting stirred up out there as we're sending them out on this 37-mile course. The 45 and 48s run 3 laps. The 46s run 2 laps. We'll be racing into the dark.
We will indeed. There still seems to be a good strong breeze out there. Fingers crossed it remains for the rest of the evening.
So thank goodness Jesse Lee's paycheck came through and he got that extra bonus because he's out here racing with us with Ryan riding shotgun out of Prather, California with Giggles Racing.
And then it's local boy Johnny Valdez, the 1717.
And he's racing 4,800 and 4,400 in that same exact car with his buddy Aaron Kaiser riding shotgun out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with Telemetry Motorsports.
And you're seeing quite a lot of these cars have got yellow lights on them. That's because yellow lights work really well in the dust.
In the dust and the sunset as well. They're both going to be playing
now,
their tolls
this
on
is going to be an interesting one. This is Justin Barth.
So, hey, the driver record has to start or finish the race. I didn't think of that strategy. So Justin Barth may be hopping into the Amsoil Hot Pits on the next lap around. He could be in there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sure, but on my time frame, I didn't think he was going to make the start.
Well, I might be able to help you on that, as if you can concentrate on the race start for me.
So Justin Barth and Paul riding shotgun, the number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing in this Joymy's 4x4 48P chassis. Great to see it back in action after its terrible tumble in Crandon. But that just goes to show you how tough these chassis are. They send it back to Jimmy's 4x4. They got it locked and loaded and back in action. So the husband and wife team of John and Jody Holtzman out of Newcastle, California with Holtzman Racing in their Jimmy's chassis take out, riding out into the sunset. I believe this is our second position in the 4600 Spider Track stock class of Alex Fleming. With Will Oliver riding shotgun out of Denver, Colorado with Sherpa Motorsports in their 2004 Toyota 4Runner. Heading out for another lap. 3, 2, 1. Bob Bauer with the green flag getting ready to take off. And here we go.
What I'm showing here as Justin Barth in the UTV being back in and having crossed the line.
Okay, so he may have made it in, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just in the nick of time.
Literally the nick of time.
So up next, the 421 of Russell Ruckus Raven with Toby Stacy riding shotgun out of Portland, Oregon with Raven Motorsports in his outlet 4x4 chassis. If I'm not mistaken, he was the 2023 King of the Hammers Rookie of the Year.
I think this is the 48.53 here of Andrew Gorman. He gets the countdown and the green flag from Bob Bauer.
So Andrew Gorman and Sean Smith out of Bell Canyon, California with Gorman Motorsports in his Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And next up on our 25th runner and rider will be
Steve Crawford. Lots of communication through the rugged radios. We're getting ready to throw down Steve Crawford and Jimmy Harragee out of Paso Robles, California with SC Firestone Racing in his M&S Fab chassis. And another husband and wife team of Paul and Christy Kroger, number 829 of Tucson, Arizona with Kroger Racing. They've got a custom chassis Junkyard LQ9 Turbo 400, and they're out here racing with us. And the green flag flies for Paul and Christy Kroger.
And next up will be Peter Doolan. Making his way into shot. Just look how deep those ruts are getting on the start line.
It's crazy.
Now.
They're getting burned out for sure. Pretty wild. So this is Peter Doolan and Jeff Perkins out of Dublin, Ireland with Hyronen Racing in that Genrite TL. And they're racing for cystic fibrosis. Great to see them bring in light to something that they hold dear to their heart. And speaking about the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, we have Brandon and Stan Haynes tuning in. Brannick Motorsports themselves, thank you for your support for so many years. They wish they were here, but they're loving the live show.
Great to hear. And I hope they're enjoying it. A few cold ones on the side, I'm sure.
Oh, they're not scared of those, I promise that. So John and Nate Williams off the line out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire Off-Road Racing in their 2021 Jeep JL, part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And it's a battle between this man and Lauren Healy. Who's going to win the national championship for the 4600 Spider Track stock class? Lauren Healy or Sergio Pinillos?
Well, Lauren Healy does have the slight advantage. He's out on track already. But Sergio Pinillos, let's not forget, he's not feeling great at the moment. And there's no worse place to be when you're feeling unwell than in a race car. So let's hope he's feeling a bit better as he makes his way out on track.
And Brad Goodfellow with Warren is riding shotgun with Sergio and out of Mount Dora, Florida with RPM Extreme and Warren Racing in their 2015 Jeep JK owned by John Schaefer.
And it's Fig Speed next. This is Les in the 4578. And he's getting the count, and off he goes.
Les Fig Speed Figaro out of Henderson, Nevada with Fig Speed Special in that 2014 JK, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. The sun is starting to set. We've got about an hour before dusk really sets in, so hopefully we can get that first lap, maybe lap and a half with daylight, and then they're going to have to bank on their Project X lights.
Absolutely. This is Josh Atterbury in his new Bronco. Just look at this machine, Miles. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Josh Atterbury with Brandon Bain riding shotgun out of Show Low, Arizona with Cracker Fab Motorsports in their 2022 Ford Bronco. We have 54 cars in the Everyman Challenge. It is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. We move on to our next, which will be Jesse Bennett. Now, let's not forget, you didn't actually have to qualify for this race if you didn't want to. You could decide to take a rear start. And some of these people have done exactly that. But we've also got the big stories. We've also got the big stories about all the cars that are starting at the back. The cars we would expect to be at the front: Dwayne Garrettson, Woody Rose, and of course Ryan Webb.
So off the line right now is Matt Dog Murphy out of West Jordan, Utah with Crawler Corns in his Jimmy's Trail chassis. That's actually Bobby Lindgren. I got a little off, so Matt Murphy did not take the start unless I missed him.
Let me know if you guys want a different angle on Mobile One.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure that I saw him there, so no, and this is definitely Doug Langford.
So, yeah, taking off the line right there was the 819 of Bob Lindgren and Justin Reese out of Salida, Colorado with Rusty Nail Racing, their Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And this is Doug Langford, one of the most wonderful sounding Jeeps you'll ever hear. That big Hemi motor going to work.
With Rob Craven riding shotgun out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road in that 2021 JL with that huge 392 Hemi.
And next off the line, it will be Eddie Oliver in the 4583, making his way out into the desert.
With Justin Lyons riding shotgun out of Federal Way, Washington with Fueled Racing in that 1998 Jeep TJ.
And next it will be Brexton Glines as Eddie Oliver just gets it slightly sideways and off course as he puts the hammer down.
And keep on rocking and rolling. Up next will be the 4689 of Brexton and Caden Glines out of American Fork, Utah with Glines Motorsports and their Jeep-based machine. Kendall Glines, their dad, is in the pits. I know that. Making sure everything's running smooth. So he sends his son Brexton and Kendall out into the 37-mile desert loop. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It is a 37-mile loop.
And next it will be the Bronco of John Rance.
Too slow Bronco, he calls it, with Andrew Anderson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco with that brand new engine in it. He blew the last one up at the last 100 yards there in Disney, Oklahoma.
Now here's one of our big news stories.